Стойте. Вот оно я. Что-то столько всего. Угу. Играть сохранение 3. Играть? Играть. Златый эликсир продуцирует всякое. Давайте, бахни. Да, конечно, нам придется посмотреть это говнину еще раз. Так, в прошлый раз мы неплохо размотали испанца, но мерзопакостный дедушка в сутане засрал нам всю малину просто.
The conference must begin, and it would be truly beneficial to the Order to join in the project.
Nice to meet you, man.
Consequently, I would like you to replace her.
Nice to see you, I mean.
What is at stake here is of the utmost importance.
I have watched a video today about greetings in English. That was a long one video, you know.
Don't worry, you are not alone, Louis.
Very well.
Yeah.
Louis, let me keep you a moment.
Да, сейчас мы это...
I would like to let you in on a secret before we begin, because I'm going to need your assistance. You see, the project I'm going to present concerns the territory of Louisiana in North America. It's currently Spanish territory, and I'm going to make the proposition to the Assembly for it to become French. My idea is to increase the territory of the United States. The first stone of this vast project consists of getting Spain to cede Louisiana to France.
Why Louisiana?
Once it becomes French,
what's so great
France
about
will
that
hand
state?
it over to the United States, which will then allow them to double the size of their territory. And that's where you come in. France and the United States, hand in hand, two democracies illuminating the world.
Oh, hell.
Lord Mortimer,
Democracies,
I'm sure you're
man.
aware that Louisiana is
These guys are cutting heads.
I'd be exaggerating to call it marshland.
And the
How is
Americans
acquiring land they won't know what to do with going to
engaged into
strengthen the
slavery
United
that time.
States?
Think further, Louis. The United States won't stop there. Once they've acquired Louisiana, nothing will stop them. All they would have to do then is keep
They are not
pushing
democracy,
toward the west
they are
to
republics.
take the whole
Well,
North American
that may be.
continent.
So you intend to get rid of the Spanish?
They are purely transitory. This is the settlers' home. It is natural for them to want to develop their nation to become one of the greatest powers of this world. As for the
But during
Spanish,
that
there are just
period when the game takes place, it was just a junk,
so that their focus is not on
a swamp,
American
a huge swamp.
Moreover, Spain really only cares about its colonies in South America. It's hardly my fault if they're not
By the way,
capable of seeing the potential
seafood
in,
in Louisiana?
The concept of
I
royalty
don't quite
is from
remember
bygone
if it
times.
has
It is time to lead the way to democracy. Take
a
look.
seashore.
Apart from President Washington,
the
they
notion.
all belong to monarchies. Do you really think they won't resist? Of course they'll fight, fearful as they are of losing their
Maybe.
precious.
I'm not very good in
But the world needs
United
visitors
States geography,
like
you know.
you, like your mother. It's a pity Sarah isn't here to see it. She only knew about a tiny part of the project. I hope I can count on you, Louis. It's time to start now. I must ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. Take a seat, Cushions. We'll have an opportunity to catch up later, and you'll be able to let me know your thoughts.
Blast it, Mother. You didn't know about everything.
Так, можно проматывать? Не, нельзя проматывать. Конечно, нельзя, блин.
You've gotten it wrong?
Ух, жестко сейчас будет. Ну, попробуем. Попробуем размотать этого хера в сутане. Как ты собираешься сесть? Это кринолин, в нем сесть нельзя. Ну, походу, наша тетенька в гробу видала механику и сопромат.
Here we are all together to discuss the face of tomorrow's world. Even though there may be certain tensions between our nations, I must ask you to keep an open mind. As Sarah de Richet is unable to be with us, please welcome Louis de Richet, who will represent the Golden Order and will vote on its behalf when the time comes.
Welcome among us, Louis.
Welcome, Monsieur.
I hope he'll be more effective than his mother regarding the protection of the King of France. The Order has proved particularly inefficient.
Come, Manuel, you're not going to spoil our visit. The Order's mission was not to protect King Louis XVI, as far as I am aware.
We are talking about a king of divine blood, for goodness sake. It seemed obvious to me he needed protecting.
Ну-ка давай, а если ответить, что будет? Да нужен он кому?
I'm sorry about the fate of the King of France, Duke Manuel. However, I'm surprised at your remark. How can a man like me have changed the course of things where a man like you, powerful, capable of influencing international politics, was unable to do any better?
Perhaps we may begin, Lord Mortimer.
Certainly. I have a dream that our nations will continue to support each other, more now than ever before.
That one day this nation will arise.
We will do what it takes to ensure stability in the modern world. I have a dream that we shall lead by example and ensure that the American territory may remain in peace.
Thank you for the thought, Lord Mortimer. But I don't see where you're leading.
I'm coming to it, Mr. President. I need not remind you that North America is currently divided between the United States on the east coast and Spain, which occupies the remaining 2/3 of the continent. Well, I propose that Spain cede the center of the continent to France, namely all of Louisiana.
Louisiana? But, well, it is not for sale. Lord
Okay,
Mortimer,
bon appétit.
I sincerely hope I have not come all this way just to hear you ramble on about what Spain should and should not do. When we went to all the trouble of gaining the territory a few years ago, it was not just to lose it today. Have I made
Какой-то странный испанец, честно говоря. Он похож на какого-то продукта кровосмешения. Где гордый Идальго?
Duke Manuel, I perfectly understand you. But rest assured, you will soon adore my proposition. You shall see.
Well, since you give me the choice, my good fellow, allow me to doubt it. However,
Он не француз, он какой-то мутант. Блин, это Квазимода какая-то.
I never spoke of a sale, my good fellow.
What? I do not understand.
There is one more territory left to conquer, if I'm not mistaken, in the northwest. It is, of course, occupied by your notorious Indians, but...
We shall soon be rid of the savages, so that is not the question.
Дайте помолчим, да.
I believe that Spain should cede Louisiana to France, free of charge.
This is utterly grotesque, Lord Mortimer. What a strange example you set for your young protégé. Isn't that so, Monsieur de Richet? Do you understand anything of this proposition?
If I were you, Senor Godoy, I would think twice before stirring up a scandal.
I beg your pardon?
Given the size of your colonies, you won't be able to keep them for long. A number of countries are eyeing them as we speak. The United States would have no trouble taking them. For all intents and purposes, you have no army in place. By wanting to keep everything, you risk losing it all, especially your colonies in South America, which are far more valuable to you.
That is indeed the danger, Duke Manuel. If it comes to war over Louisiana, you will lose. And probably a good deal more than you now imagine.
Young man, you are indeed a dark horse, aren't you?
I must say, William, I find your project mostly disfavors me. I thought you were my friend.
And I am, Mr. President. That is why I'm doing everything in my power to calm your expansionist fervor. France, in Louisiana, should persuade you not to attempt anything to take the territory by force. Louisiana is a vast wetland where you would needlessly lose most of your troops. It would weaken you and offer certain nations the perfect opportunity to take back your famous United States. I am protecting you from yourself, George. Trust me.
I understand. But with friends like you, sir, I certainly don't need any more enemies.
Да. Это мы все уже смотрели пока.
Am I imagining things, or does it look like Washington isn't aware of Mortimer's plan?
Его хороший актер. Не буду.
But I doubt the Holy See would be in favor of Catholic Louisiana being handed over to secular revolutionaries and king killers.
I should think Monsieur de Richet has an opinion on this subject, does he not?
Там Наполеон сидит, чуваки.
On the map of Italy I saw in Mortimer's secret study, he had anticipated movements of troops across Italy. I wouldn't be surprised if he's planning an invasion of Italy by France. And if I push the notion a bit further, I can well imagine
Ты смотри, какой коварный типок, а.
the order will be used for that purpose. The noose is tightening around poor Piaggi's neck without him even realizing it.
I don't know if I'm the best person to speak about that, Your Eminence. Well, I think that the French army will enter Italy, and that the Vatican will do whatever France demands of it, if the Vatican wants to retain its place.
You are joking, I hope. Lord Mortimer, I did not come here to listen to such nonsense.
What makes you think that, Monsieur de Richet?
Well, Monsieur Bonaparte, here present, has ordered a large number of cannons, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were to be used to keep Italy under control.
Come, sir. What a strange idea. I have enough on my plate with issues in Corsica.
If you say so.
You see, you're...
But Corsica is not where the cannons are to be delivered, is it?
Aye, but... Louis, you are quick-witted.
You seem to be overlooking something, Messieurs les Français. I also have backers who would be only too pleased to demonstrate the full extent of their fervor by defending the Vatican. Mi auguro che insegnerete l'educazione a questo giovanotto presuntuoso, Sir Gregory.
I hope that you will teach this pretentious young man some manners, Sir Gregory. It looks like I won't be just making friends here.
In any case, my lord, I doubt the English crown will agree.
Ich versichere Ihnen, Emily, nie Preußen wird diese Vereinbarung akzeptieren.
Ну-ка.
I assure you, Emily, the Prussian will never accept this agreement. It looks like he's set on ruining Mortimer's plan.
Duchess, I am persuaded that we shall find a common ground.
That's enough, William.
That's a
These are great
map
times. We don't
of the
care.
world. So we are deciding the fate of the world here.
Fate of Louisiana. That worthless expanse of putrid swamps interests no one but yourself.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Hold on there, Mr. Royal Gigolo. Lower the volume, and let Sir Gregory finish.
Ну-ка.
Home, Godoy, and now Volner? Mortimer's adversaries are ready to tear each other to pieces, and he takes a malicious pleasure in watching.
How dare you!
Gentlemen, let us try to remain calm.
There you are, William. See where your projects have taken us, as per usual. Chaos! That's enough. I'm tired. We shall continue this discussion tomorrow, but please be aware that your project will never be ratified. Those who are opposed to this project, follow me. Are you coming with us, Monsieur de Richet?
Come, Gregory, I think Louis would rather stay. Wouldn't you, Louis?
Надо быть ближе к этому
I
кексу.
shall remain with Lord Mortimer, Sir Gregory.
You are committing a grave error, Louis.
Time will tell.
Интересно, интересно, интересно. Где моя любимая татуированная женщина? Куда пропала дочка вице-президента? Французская делегация пришла.
Good God, William. What is this I hear about you reinforcing military power in Louisiana? I have no interest in having France for a neighbor, and you know that very well.
Calm down, George. Louis, explain our plan to Mr. Washington, please.
You see, Mr. President, Lord Mortimer anticipates that once France obtains Louisiana, they will cede it to you.
What do you mean? To us? The United States?
You heard right.
But
President Washington, the United States will double in size.
By what miracle have you...
You need to expand, George. You and France are the two major democracies in the modern world. It is necessary that you both become superpowers.
Are you really going to sponsor democracy throughout the world?
Of course, Monsieur Peru. That's why I don't want Spain to get too attached to those wetlands. Please continue, Louis. Explain my vision to Mr. President.
Mr. President, Lord Mortimer intends for you to conquer all the North American continent. He's relying on you to not stop at Louisiana, but to continue to push west.
Да.
Indeed, it would be dishonest to pretend that this is not my final objective.
But why didn't you tell me before?
So that Lord Mortimer would appear to be isolated without support.
Exactly. You got it, Louis.
Lord Mortimer retains the advantage by advancing undercover. And for it to work, he needed you to act surprised.
Yeah.
William, you haven't changed. Always one step ahead.
One step ahead? You're joking. More like 5.
On that note, my friends, it's getting late. Mr. President, continue to take offense over my project when we resume the conference in the morning. You do it to a T. And if Sir Gregory has the audacity to send you an emissary to convince you to go against me, do me a favor. String him along if you can. The more they believe we are divided, the more we'll have our hands free.
Only too happy to oblige.
Now, let us get some rest. We've got a big day tomorrow. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Louis, if you have a minute, I would like to ask a favor of you. I'm going to require your services.
How can I be of help? Tell me all about it.
Our adversaries are many, and the closing vote of the conference will soon be upon us. Time is of an essence, so I'll need you to assist me this evening.
How can I help?
I need you to go this very evening to persuade Signor Godoy to join us. He is the backbone of Gregory's resistance. Turn him round, and all the others will follow in such a stampede that Gregory will be able to do nothing.
Коварный типок, но мне думается не просто так все, да?
Don't you think I'm the last person Godoy wants to talk to?
I'm sure you can do it. I believe in you.
Lord Mortimer, you're not telling me everything.
Let's say I wouldn't disapprove if the Right Honorable, though nonetheless choleric, Duke Manuel put you in his bad books. If it could motivate him to declare war on France, it would greatly serve our interests.
War? What do you mean?
I told you before the conference. The more we distract Spain from the Americas, the less it will have an eye on Louisiana.
But all the same, we're talking about a war in Europe.
Don't worry. That's why Mr. Bonaparte is with us. I am convinced we'll be perfectly capable of managing the conflict.
Они хотят, ох ты как они хотят, развести Испанию, чтобы та напала на Францию для реставрации монархии. О май. Красавчики.
Get some rest afterwards. Big day tomorrow.
Какая хитрожопая сова. Ты смотри, а. Не то слово просто как. Здорово, чувак. Интересно, интересно, интересно. Уи-уи.
Aren't you afraid our projects for Italy may be discovered before we... Oh. Please excuse us, Louis, but I need to speak with Lord Mortimer in private.
No, no. What do you want, Louis?
Сам разберусь, ничего. Так, что у нас по инвентарю? Где что пожрать? Пожрать есть? Есть что пожрать? А пожрать? О, что-то есть. Фу, блин, чистилище Данте. Это не пожрать, это так. Уху! Прыгайте. Jump, jump, jump. Интересно, а почему Лангин стоит на мече? Видели, да? Они хотят этим что-то сказать? Что копье лучше? Базара 0. Так, окей. Always glad to have you with us, man. By the way, we have a state holiday today, you know? The day of Mother Russia. Так, это что это? Кто? Башенная комната. Комната Адамс. Так, let's find Годой. Shit.
Dante's paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
Чё так темно-то?
Devil's Thorn.
Отлично. Отлично. Nice. Okay, let's check the room of Miss Adams.
Monsieur Johann van Vulner.
Интересно, где Йоган? Йоган Себастьян всем в ланках. Это что такое? Великое делание души.
Pure alchemy is a thought, an art that is performed on the matter of the soul. Great alchemists work to transform and perfect the latter by a series of processes known as the great work. There are 4 phases to attain the ultimate in spiritual fulfillment.
Так.
The human soul must descend, be corrupt, in order to become decomposed. It's something like what I felt when I think of what I found out about my mother. The soul broken up must be purified by the alchemist. Nice program.
Yep.
The soul must be transformed in order to attain sublimation by the recombination.
Да, реально были такие эти идеи духовной алхимии.
Thus ends the great work. The incarnation of the purified spirit, the elevation of the soul, now become perfect. Its resurrection, thanks to the action of the alchemist. Except if the alchemist has bad intentions, then it's called manipulation. Very metaphorical as occult theories go. The human spirit being the prima materia of the alchemist.
Yep. Exactly, man!
The alchemist is a young man.
Это вот это young man? У них это, пенсионная реформа уже прошла, что ли? Я не понял. О, коллектор. Action. О, хотя бы книжку сперли. Hortus Delicarium. Видите, как они? Ну, те самые, короче. Еще монетка. А, Медос. Хорошо. Honey! Это ни хера не алхимия, это ритуальная магия.
Golden elixir.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code.
Да ладно.
Surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Где? Вард. Нет? Почему не лук? Что такое? Извините. Вот что могу.
If I'm not mistaken, Paracelsus named the element called zinc.
Так, ну допустим. Ой. А я... О, кстати, прикольно, я смогу туда залезть? Я ж что-то там качнул, нет? Да блин, ну посмотри ты. Ой, животное. Ну, о. Достать.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you the signs of the zodiac.
Знаки зодиака. Чё там рейрум? Чё красное? А, редум. Вообще нормально ходить по чужим, наверное, этим, да? Шариться там, вот это все. О, там опять БДСМ кружок.
Amber crystals. The alchemist is an old man.
Нифига, у него ванна есть, прикинь. Слушайте, он как-то это... Косплеер какой-то, блин, катает. Иоганн, рад, что мы смогли встретиться. Ни секунду не сомневался, что мое приглашение не будет отвергнуто, несмотря на опасности наше близкое знакомство. Вместе мы преодолели многое, но в этот раз не в силах скрыть беспокойство. Ставки высоки, как никогда. То, что мы будем работать вместе, обнадеживает меня, Иоганн. Надеюсь услышать новости, которые могли бы меня порадовать. С нетерпением жду нашей встречи, Грегори Х. Грегори X. Как Малкольм X. Только Грегори. Есть что? Ничего нет. Короче, пришли, облутали хату парню. Украли все, что плохо лежит, все, что хорошо лежит, плохо положили, украли. Еще можно вот нассать в ванну. Не, ну а че он такой? В конце-то концов. Такой весь из себя гудой. Тудой-сюдой, гудой. Так, продолжаем наш путь. Ничего не завалялось, не, да. Не-не. Не-не. Мы там... А, мы там, кстати, не были, возможно, да? Нам же надо действительно закрабить. А где это? Минуточку, минуточку. А, еще не дошло я, да? До комнаты Мисс Адамс. Мисс Адамс. Мисс Адамс. У меня есть ключик от вашей чудо-шкатулки. Я хочу вам его это впендюрить. Мисс Адамс. О, открывайте, Мисс Адамс. Отлично. Well, actually lots of. We have lost
A chest with a half-circle pattern.
a girl. We have found our mother. We solved lots of different puzzles here. And now we are trying to follow
Retrieved everything.
Follow mother's notes.
My dear Elizabeth, I'm writing.
Нормально там. Да, мы с ней набухали тогда знатно. Вообще меня она это напоила и обесчестила. Интересно, а может она на мне что-нибудь вырезала ножом-то, пока я в отключке был? Все-таки опиат там злые. Или все ограничилось просто жестким сексом? Эбигейль, Эбигейль. Элизабет.
Elizabeth, I'm driven. June 11th, 1791.
А как они позволили Эбби переписываться с этой теткой? Зачем они рисуют везде инохианские печати? Вот в чем прикол? Я понимаю, что стоит погуглить первое, что вылезают эти ключики Соломона, да? Клавикулис. Но откуда все это взято? Но там же у них как бы смысл есть. Так, ты кто?
President George Washington.
Вашингтон. А, Вашингтон. Ты у себя, Вашингтон? Ни у кого нет. А куда они все делись? Пацанов вообще не смущает, что тут это? Вермонт. Вермонт. By the way, Mr. Rogers, do you remember where exactly the actions of
Locked.
The actions of Red Dead Redemption took place? Ни хрена там.
The president's personal reserve of laudanum.
Oh my!
Judging by the quantity, you can't go without it. There's also a letter.
Мистер Вашингтон, отвечаю вам при первой же возможности. Мы говорили о вашем здоровье до того, как уехали, никаких изменений не последовало. Прошу, вспомните мои рекомендации, прекратите принимать настойку опия. Я ищу замену, но боюсь, ждать вы не будете. Если вы продолжите, то рискуете не получить новый мандат. Зависимость плохо сказывается на вашей службе, мой друг. Сожалею, но вам придется отказаться от опия. Так закрой обратно. Блин, это такой конспиратор. Я просто его маму руку рубил. Не, ну серьезно. Мало того, что он обворовал, что-то спер, что-то прочитал, так он все оставил открытым. Ёперный театр. Мама, ты чему его учила? Дорогой Джордж, рад снова пригласить вас на свой остров. У меня появилась новая задумка. Соединенные Штаты заслуживают лучшей роли. Я понимаю, вы не хотите играть с огнем, пока ваша страна так молода, но смею вас заверить, мои планы никому не угрожают. С нетерпением, ваш друг Уильям. Билли! Заряжай! И Билли как зарядил, блин, что все офигели. Так, я уже тут лутанул, да? Ключ возьми. Животное, там лежит ключ. Ну, действительно, надо что, пусть лежит. Правильно? А, мы же, наверное, уже вскрыли коробочку-то, да? Просто поэтому ключик лежит. Угу. Давай бахнем. Медок. Любишь медок? Сунь в жопу себе холодок. Так. Слушай, больше ничего нет, да? Ну ладно, печально. No, man. Not when. Where? What was the state? Who the hell is that? That's his
portrait of George Washington.
Here he looks better than in real life. I don't exactly remember the state, but I guess that was kinda... maybe it's middle or the south. Я бы рад бахнуть эликсирчик, но как бы не бахается, скотина такая. Я уж и меду нажрался, как мразь, как Винни-Пух. А оказывается, он не токсичный, мед. Как-то непродуманное.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Эй, Пьяджи! Эх, закрыто у Пьяджи. Да что такое?
Huh, that's me.
Что там в моей комнате творится, интересно? Лемон. Луизиана. Воу. Exactly. So,
Inferno by Dante.
I guess we succeeded
Hope all ye who
in transferring
Saint
Louisiana,
Francis of
right?
Assisi in ecstasy before superior voices. It always amuses me to see how golden elixir. Golden elixir.
Come on. Ел ликсер.
Dear Monsieur de Richet.
Да, месье де Riche, dear. Oh dear.
Honey, the remedy of the gods.
Угу. О, какая большая зеленая луна! Господи, что с ней? Она тоже абсента накидалась, да, я так понимаю? Якорцы. Так, это куда это я вышел? А это куда это зашло? Wait a minute. Oh my. I guess... Герцог, нашим разведчикам удалось кое-что выяснить. Мистер Хей действительно намеревается заключить соглашение с Британией. Похоже, хотят подорвать в экономику Франции и Испании. Ожидаю дальнейших указаний.
Mary Louise of Parma. How ironic having a painting of the Queen of Spain in one's room, my Lord Duke. It looks like someone's hidden something on the back of this painting. It's a letter.
Ну-ка.
Of course, it's written in Spanish. It reeks of lavender. Well, Mr. Godoy, you seem very interested in hiding this letter. Another secret romance, I presume?
Прочитай. Спасибо.
So,
Посмотрим, о чем речь. Вот хорошо, как быть полиглотом-то, да? Сокровище мое, прости, что снова пришлось уехать, пускай ради благополучия моей страны. У меня разрывается сердце от того, что мы расстались в ссоре, потому что ты любовь всей моей жизни, Жозефа. Ты же знаешь, всем, что у меня есть и в чем могу бросить к твоим ногам, я обязан королеве. Останься со мной, прошу тебя, ради нашей любви, ради наших будущих детей, не ревнуй, молю. Мои мысли только о тебе, а все остальное не больше, чем фарс.
If the Queen found out, it would cost him dearly. I'll keep it with me. You never know.
Так я к Годою приперся, как. Ой.
Manuel Godoy, a painting of himself in his room. Now that's not going to help him develop a sense of modesty. The Kiss of Judas, painted by Caravaggio. This is how Judas pointed out Christ to the Roman soldiers. Don Quixote. Talking without thinking is like shooting without taking aim. Prometheus, punished for stealing fire from the gods and giving it to man.
Ключ с символом воздуха. Нету Годоя-то. Тудой, сюдой. Ограблен был мной Мануэль Годой. Что такое? Да блин, с эликсирами вообще беда какая. Так, давай-ка меду схаваем. О, отлично, я могу сбахнуть. Оп. Ведь очки идут за то, что ты подобрал, а не за то, что ты нашел, да? А нам надо подбирать, значит. Благородство меча. Ты чего нашел эту книгу 9 колец, что ли, мужик? Миямото Годой Мусаши? Да ёперный.
Charles IV of Spain. Now there's no chance of Godoy forgetting who he owes everything to.
Так, ну что? Мы облутали гадовое доя.
Fragment of amber.
Янтарка. Так, больше ни хрена, да? Хорошо. Good. No, he's not a vampire. He's a drug addict. I think, being a general, he must having some wound received during some of his war campaigns. And he must be suffering of terrible pain syndrome. That's why he had to use such a stuff like opium. Well, that of course only my guesses, but it sounds pretty reasonable, I guess. As reasonable as I can imagine, at least. They didn't have aspirin that time, though, only opium. The only goddamn way. Let's visit the Piaggi's, moron. Shit. If, by the way, Washington is a vampire, and as we all know, Abraham Lincoln is a vampire hunter, I think that the election were pretty not the same thing that we are having now. I think that was just a duel. Стучи, стучи. Стучите, блин, вам не откроют. Тук-тук-тук. Я Человек-паук. Так, ты кто?
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
А вот и нет. Эмили Хиллсборо мне тоже нельзя помацать за сочные булки, да? Ну как так? А куда там долбится этот дебил, кстати? Ну как дебил? Бонапарт. Ну нет, не Бонапарт. А, Бонапарт, кстати, тоже можно утонуть, наверное, да? Бонапарт. Луи. Месье Бонапарт. Бонапарт.
The Prince. Machiavelli. A perfect read for anyone with a surface
Да.
vision. That might come in handy. The Beaucaire dinner.
Ужин
It
в
hasn't
Бокере.
signed yet, but there's
Не
a
приложено
letter.
письмо. Ну-ка. Прочесть письмо. Изучить. Давайте изучим рукопись. Нихера себе, блин. А чё я такой тупой-то?
It isn't signed.
Подписи нет. Бумага дорогая. И почерк очень знакомый.
And that handwriting.
Мама?
I'd say it's Mortimer's.
А, Мортимер. Ну-ка давай, что прочесть? Что там такое? Дорогой Бонапарт, как обещал, высылаю вам страницы, которые стоит опубликовать в ближайшие месяцы. Оба знаем, что из-за нехватки времени вы не могли написать эти строки самостоятельно, хотя идея принадлежит вам. Вы мне ничего не должны.
So, Bonaparte is going to publish a book that he didn't write.
Ой, да ладно, какая маленькая Донцова. Простите, я начинаю мерзнуть. Прорастаю в людях. Так, тут... Из окошечка свербит. Кошечка свербит на меня из окошечка. Александр Великий разгромил царя Дария. Кто, Александр Великий-то? Да нет, у него нет мании величия, он действительно великий. Месье Бонапарт, вы высказали желание присоединиться к нашему обществу. С сожалением, что вы не отвечаете критериям, необходимым для вступления в Золотой Орден. Тем не менее, мы благодарим вам за заинтересованность. Вне всяких сомнений, ваш живой интерес к оккультным наукам однажды позволит вам к нам присоединиться. А пока просим принять наше глубочайшее уважение. Мама! Киданула сына! Ты смотри, какая молодец.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Real boost.
It's a beautiful, lovely damask blade. It's It's marked with the initials of the
Клеймо с
manufacturer.
версальской мануфактуры. Это каким-то хреном.
Beautiful weapon. Lovely damask blade. It's marked with the initials of the manufacturer in Versailles.
А как клинок обнаруживает устойчивость к убеждению?
My dearest son,
Мой милый сын,
I'm writing to implore you to
прошу, поторопись, здесь становится все хуже. Паоли скоро втянет нашу родную Корсику в англо-французскую войну. Люди буквально повсюду. Нам приходится прятаться и перебираться с места на место. Не удивляюсь, если нас выследят. Поспеши, сынок. Теперь наша судьба в твоих руках. Оба-на. А кто это там? Кто такой Паули? Двууголка, украшенная кокардой. Принадлежит французскому офицеру. Угадай, какому? Я понял. Догадки не твое, да, братан? Так, окей. Бонапарта проверили.
Hey, Peru's name tag's fallen off, and his door's ajar.
Ну-ка. Что за херня, а?
A pattern with 4 circles.
Как детей? Ломаем, дерем. Ни хрена там меду сколько, смотри, какая жирная фигня. Месье Перют, позвольте поблагодарить вас за щедрое пожертвование. Благодаря вам мы наконец-то отремонтируем крыло приюта. У ребят, которых вы нам передали, все хорошо. Малитко Пьер снова будет ходить. Некоторым деткам все еще снятся, как их родители стоят на эшафоте, но я уверен, кошмары пройдут. Если вы пришлете нам еще детей, мы скоро подкупим кроваток. Мы с воспитанниками сердечно благодарим. Да здравствует Франция!
I'll retrieve it later. Dear Monsieur, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
А later может не быть.
Massacre of the Innocents by Rubens. A bit gloomy. Guess my room is not that bad. The Massacre of the Innocents, but by Van Harlem. I think that Mortimer likes to play mind games with his guests.
Да, это не то слово, как. Учитывая... Моя милая Элеонора, я немного успокоился и хочу поделиться с тобой мыслями. Сложно выразить, как скучаю по тебе и как сильно жалею, что уехал. Я знаю, ты будешь добрый и храбрый, пока тебя оберегает сестра Мария Элен. Мне никогда уже не исправить своих ошибок, но я во что бы то ни стало уберегу тебя от их последствий. Я всегда буду тебя любить, не сомневайся в этом. Что бы ни случилось, знай, все обязательно будет хорошо. Я буду защищать тебя, мы преодолеем все испытания, и я тобой горжусь. Твой любящий отец. У него есть дочь. Боже мой, кто же ему это-то отдался? И он там стоит. Наверное, он убит, порезан, покоцан, изнасилован. Что-то такое. Книжку возьми. Полицейское досье. Записи для лейтенанта парижской полиции. Список людей, за которыми установлена слежка. Тут даже очень известные люди есть. Да, реально. Слабость, психология. Ну, психология у него с психо не очень. А с логией вообще просто трындец. Блин, меда мы нахавали. Блин, с эликсирами жепа, с этим жепа, совсем жепа. Жепа! Ну чё, го, выйдем на форчику. Выйдем раз на раз. Ну, вроде за ним прям огромных пятен крови нет. Это тени. Есть только пятна тени за ним. О, это куда, кстати. Бонапарта. Перью. Делише. А это куда? Где это я, блин?
Pound.
Угу. Мой дорогой Наполеон, приглашаю вас почтить своим присутствием Минварское собрание. О будущем устройстве Франции мы хотим поговорить. Вы желаете видеть во главе страны сильного правителя, и мне есть что вам предложить. Да, предложение будет прямо вообще. Вот смотрите, конь стоит. Нерон последний в династии Цезаров. Цезарио. Так, что тут еще смешного есть? Золотой ел эликсир. Ну давай сожрем меда и сожрем. А, больше меда нет, да. Ну ладно, хер с ним, чё. Exactly. I get that was not the best translation, but mostly. Unfortunately, I'm unable to let you listen to to English speech during I'm trying to read the Russian variant. I will try to postpone vocalizing the text in Russian so you can definitely acknowledge it in English. Что с тобой, мужик?
Leave me, Deriche. I don't feel like talking.
Your door was ajar, and well, given the state of your room, I was worried.
It's none of your business.
Very well. I'll leave you then. See you tomorrow, monsieur.
I asked you to leave me alone.
Окей. Я мог его развести, интересно, на разговор или нет? Психанул чувак, да? But we will find out later whether we are good or we are not. Well, if Godot is not here, we are to try and find everything. Oh, I've started here. Right. Let's talk to that moron. Чё там этот веселый мужик? Хрен из Пруссии. What the hell are you doing here, man? And what exactly are you trying to enter?
Ah, Monsieur de Richet. You wouldn't have seen Duke Manuel by any chance, would you?
I was going to ask you the same question.
I wanted to speak to him, but no one will open the door. I'm not sure he's in there.
If I want to pass through, I'll have to get Volner out of the way.
Давайте искать его вместе. О, можно сажать 4-ю штучку.
I've searched all over the manor, but I can't find him.
One thing's for sure, Monsieur de Richet. He's neither in his room nor on this floor. I've just looked all over.
I propose we both look for him. The first to find him tells the Duke that the other is also looking for him. Agreed?
Perfect. Let's do that. I shall have a look in the library. If you find the Duke before me, tell him I want to speak to him.
Yes. Let's proceed as you say.
Thank you, Monsieur de Richet.
Right. Now be a good boy and go look somewhere else.
Я был в его комнате уже, чем туда заходить-то? Странно. А, ну вот хотя бы вот подобрал. И книжку почитал.
Don Quixote. Talking without thinking. Prometheus. Punished for stealing fire from the gods and giving it to man.
Да, Прометей это ж прям сатана. Только, типа, Прометей хороший, а сатана плохой. Хотя вместе вроде как сделали одно и то же. Чё пиар-то творит, да? Правда, это по одной версии, конечно. Библейской. Скажем так, как-то. Мотивация у них была примерно одна и та же. А по другой версии совершенно нет, нет, нет. Там Люциферу люди не очень нравились. Просто-таки совсем не нравились. Угу. Окей. Ищем Годой. Годой. Так. So, that is portrait gallery, library, meeting, oh, двор. Okay. Наверное, где-то в саду. Так сказать, Годой в кустах. Продолжаем разговор. Да, это портретная галерея, и в ней вроде как никого нет. Не так ли? Не так ли? Не так ли? Тайная вечеря. Выход. Выход в сад. В сад выход. Говорится, впрочем, ничего нового. Угу. Нифига тут какие штуки держат эту дрянь. Астролябию, блин. Астрал-лябия. Лабия. Интересное слово астролябия, да? Так, где-то там. Слушайте, здесь столько книг. Можно я все прочитаю, я качну резко сразу, вообще все, что можно. Я ж прям тогда буду это. Так, я сейчас загуглю, что это за Эйтриус братьев Миллеров. Ну-ка. Мне прям даже интересно, что ж там такое читать-то нельзя. Так. Эйтриус Миллер. Ну, это какая-то вообще странная. Могли бы это... Книга Атруса. Миллер Робинс. Книга Атруса. Миллер Робин, Миллер Рэнд. Какой год-то? 1997. Вряд ли, да? Генри Миллер. Короче, я думаю, это выдуманная хрень. Unfortunately, There isn't such a book. Блин, а я был заинтригован. Мне уж казалось, что это какой-то адский алхимический, как это, а-ля Зифта есть книга? Ну, типа есть, да? Так, Хер играет на рояле. Так, а если пойти с матушкой потереть, я понял, где этот мужик сидит. Интересно, что же он такое умеет делать, что очаровывает всех женщин, обладая достаточно мерзкой внешностью? Будем уж честными, да, выглядит он как говно. Ведет он, правда, себя в соответствии с внешним обликом. Может быть, это помогает ему. You know, we have a magical potion here. If I drink, I will instantly find the things I most desire. And this time, that could be the letter you hid. Shit. Too fat, man. Да ладно, что я такой жирный, что не могу залезть? Да я вас умоляю. Лабиринтин. Блин, матушка, вы не могли где-нибудь попроще заныкаться, а, мать? Чё ж ты за бабка такая беспокойная? Let's check. О, блин. Ну и... А, кстати, есть какая-нибудь тут это... Где моя женщина-гроза? Где вообще все это? Где этот бродячий бюст? А то там только этот Ралдугин сидит и алабает что-то на рояльке. Здорово! Ой, как ему нехорошо-то. Меня тут кошка за ногу кусает, вообще отлично. Полный эффект присутствия и отсутствия. Ну почему нельзя зайти? Что такое? Что началось-то? Рядно, мать, проводи до входа. Тут вообще не... Я жук не вывожу. Ну, не вывожу вообще. О, рубль нашел, Санька. Не зря зашел. Хорошо зашел, рубль нашел. Слушайте, а тут, наверное, пить нельзя, да, потому что если тут нажрешься, то есть вообще шанс не вылезти. Yep, why not? And, well, the effectiveness of that elixir is linked with alignment of character. For example, all the chaotic characters cannot effectively use it because their own subconscious interfere and doesn't allow them to concentrate on things they desire. Am I good? Am I good? Yeah. Я хорош. Мне видишь, какие мысли классные приходят? Я вообще прям... Genius, genius, genius. Ну что ж, давайте пообщаемся с виолончелистом. С пианистом, извините. Ну, в принципе, одна фигня. Тоже друг сильных мира сего. Там даже бабочки залипли. Эй, Эммануэль Годой.
Damn. sesterce from Roman Gaul.
Где я? Куда дорога-то? Вестибюль. Вестибюст. Чё стоим? Кого ждем?
I would like to come in.
I am sorry, sir, but that is not possible for the moment.
I'm looking for someone. Tell me at least who's in there so I don't needlessly go looking around for hours.
Duchess Hillsborough is speaking with Sir Gregory, sir. The other guests have gone back to their rooms through the other side.
Can you tell me where I can find Duke Manuel, please?
Alas, I do not know, sir. I can only assure you he is not in the small salon.
Very well. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. By the way, maybe there is some connections, well, at least with the main ideas that... Господи, боже мой. Шварц... А, это, смотри, это лабиринт. Это, наверное, карта лабиринта, да? Которая там... Может, ты как раз, да, ребята вдохновлялись в Докторе Думе чем-то такого рода, когда создавали его. Ладно. Гоу бахать гадойку. Ну чё, мужик, ща будет баттл.
Duke Manuel?
Well, well. Monsieur de Richet, I was not expecting you. I am not in the mood, sir, I warn you. What do you want from me, sir?
I've come to warn you that Volner is looking for you.
For what reason?
That I don't know. He didn't say.
Well, he can wait. Thank you, sir. Just tell me one thing, monsieur. Why did you side with Mortimer? He is alone, isolated. The United States can do nothing to help you, and France is surrounded by over 10 countries, just waiting for the word to pounce. Really, I do not see why you choose Mortimer.
Так.
But, monsieur, just think about it. It will enable the United States...
Так, возврат меню. Да, он устойчив к политике-то, я же забыл совсем.
Duke Manuel?
Well, well. Monsieur de Richet, I was not expecting you. I am not in the mood, sir, I warn you. What do you want from me, sir?
I've come to warn you that Volner is looking for you.
For what reason?
That I don't know. He didn't say.
Well, he can wait. Thank you, sir. Just tell me one thing, monsieur. Why did you side with Mortimer? He is alone, isolated. The United States can do nothing to help you, and France is surrounded by over 10 countries, just waiting for the word to pounce. Really, I do not see why you choose Mortimer.
Так.
The Golden Order, my friend. The Order is everywhere. We come from France. We are President of the United States, England, and many other countries. We have ambitions and the means to carry them out. You'll see, once all hell breaks out and your English support starts to fade away. The Order is an international organization. It matters little what governments do. Otherwise, why would Mortimer have gone to the trouble of inviting my mother?
If you're right, Sir Gregory has got it all wrong. Tell me, do you really believe Spain has any interest in ceding Louisiana to France?
Ну-ка, давай еще одну бахнем.
Duke Manuel, for Spain, I don't know. But for you, I'm convinced that Lord Mortimer will thank you generously.
You would not be trying to bribe me, would you?
Nothing could be further from my mind. It would be an insult to believe that someone such as yourself might have a practical attitude towards its virtue. Even so, it is only natural that you be supported and encouraged if you were to follow Lord Mortimer, isn't it?
Indeed, for services rendered, it would be natural for me to receive compensation.
Продажная мразь, вообще просто. Какой засранчик, а?
And given your status, my Lord Duke, the compensation would have to be considerable.
Naturally. Tell me one last thing. What would I gain from all this?
Ну-ка.
If you continue with home, our two countries will become rivals. It could turn into war. Who knows?
It is likely even.
A war, Duke Manuel, on our own territories. Do you really see yourself committing the Kingdom of Spain to an armed conflict against France? Can you imagine the financial investment required, not to mention the loss of lives and dishonor at the slightest defeat? Do you see yourself being the man responsible for that?
No, but you are the one who's pushing me into it, you damned Frenchman!
I'm not pushing you into anything, Duke Manuel. If you are a man of the future and of progress, as I'm given to believe, you will know how much suffering a war would bring.
Come on, you fool, give it up. You're trapped like a rat.
Monsieur, I am astounded. I did not think you capable, but you have succeeded. I will be more wary of you the next time. Nonetheless, if you can guarantee Lord Mortimer's support, then yes, you can count on my vote when the time comes. However, I expect you to be discreet with regard to my former partners, without which our agreement will become null and void.
Блин, а вот это так все просто, да?
Lord Mortimer will be delighted to hear the news.
I hope you know what you are getting into, Louis. I bid you good luck.
Good night, my Lord Duke.
See you tomorrow. Well, that's one thing out of the way. Only thing left to do is wait for the conference to resume tomorrow morning.
Можно я не буду отправляться в постель? Там страшно, мне там это... Я носом истекаю. No. I don't think that it is a part of the game. I think that might be some problem with sound or something like that. Как же они легко типа разводятся, да? Я... That was a little whining coming from the Spanish ambassador, I guess. Ты подошел просто сказал, слышь, ну чё ты как не мужик такой? Слушай, да, чё ты, я это реально. Чё ты мразишь, чё ты попутал? Такой, блин, слушай, вообще погорячился, извини, не прав был. Вот это дипломатия, вот это да. Прям папка, отец, вот это все. Куда мне идти, кстати? О, я могу пойти это доложиться-то? Эй, мартихрен, можно подняться? Ну, что тут? О, нельзя, все. Угу. Безбашенная комната. А, я тут был. А, может я не все лутанул? Давай посмотрим. А, здесь, по-моему, ни хера нет. Здесь я лутанул в первую очередь. Да, это шизоид алхимический. Так, ну этого-то я обнес, да? Окей. Так, спуск. Пуськ. Адамс. Убранство ее отличает. Ой, слушай, а там что-то. А, смотрите, пентаграмма даже из веревок сделана, да? Вообще тут просто ведьма. Ведьма! Вот ведьма, просто наркоманка. Типа что наверху, то и внизу. As above, so below. Так, бежим дальше. Вышен хрен. Джордж, у вас с собой было, я знаю.
Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
Название там, блин, Devil's Thorn, да? Дьявольский шип.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Блин, Джордж, нормально, чё ты его обворовал-то? Не надо было так. Ну ладно, может и надо. Погоди, а кто там труд-то? Вильне и... А, или этот.
Huh, that's me.
Выдвигаемся. Пойдем спать.
Good evening, Monsieur le Français.
Duchess, you're here. What a charming surprise. I'm beginning to think you can't be without me.
You have managed to penetrate my armor, sir. Am I disturbing you, perhaps?
That's not what I said.
Ah, by the way, you surprised me during the conference.
Why's that?
Well, you are going to lose. Why stay with Lord Mortimer?
I believe he has every chance of winning.
My, you are a rash one. However, if ever you want to change sides, please feel free to let me know.
But tell me, you didn't come here to try and make me change my mind, did you?
That's the last thing on my mind, although you would have everything to gain by it.
Do you perhaps know something that I don't? Come on, Emily. It's time you lay your cards on the table. If you have a good reason for Spain to keep Louisiana, I'm all ears.
Louis, I can assure you on good authority that the Crown will never let France take over Louisiana without taking firm action. Your country has everything to lose, especially now, it being weakened as it is on the home front.
In other words, you believe the aim is to weaken France?
Just an observation, Louis. Louis, if you trust me, you ought to ask yourself why I have chosen home. You do trust me, don't you?
Of course, Emily. You know you have my full trust.
Louis, you're lying. That's not good. Any more of that and I might...
Ах, засранка. Только я в комнату пришел, а там уже бабы нападают. Фу. Она устойчивая к манипуляциям. Ну вот что это за женщина такая? Как я ей буду манипулировать-то? Манус. Это... Рукопуляция это.
Am I disturbing you, perhaps?
That's not what I said.
Ah, by the way, you surprised me during the conference.
Why is that?
Манус это если все пойдет не очень хорошо. Хотя это тоже манипуляция.
I believe he has every chance of winning.
Устойчиво же. О, будет кукольный театр у нас. Ой.
Tell me, you didn't come here to try and make me change my mind, did you?
That's the last thing on my mind. Although you would have everything to gain by it.
Do you perhaps know something that I don't? Come on, Emily. It's time you lay your cards on the table. If you know something I don't about Lord Mortimer, now's the time.
I don't want to speak ill of him, but in certain circles, you can't exactly say he has a good reputation.
Continue.
Well, there have been instances where he has used people, then gotten rid of them once he
Да, это мы уже поняли.
He makes fine promises, makes you feel valuable, tests you. But beware. I'm worried that something might happen to you.
Are you advising me to change sides as a precaution?
I'd rather say as a safety measure. Louis, if you trust me, you ought to ask yourself why I have chosen home. You do trust me, don't you?
Of course, Emily.
Admit, though, that it does make you think. There's still time, you know. Join us before it's too late.
Unfortunately, my word is my bond. I don't want to leave Lord Mortimer in the lurch.
Very well, as you wish. It's up to you to decide.
Tell me, are these visits to Mortimer's always so intense?
Yes and no. My sister doesn't normally disappear like she has. Any news of your mother?
Так, к чему она у нас устойчива-то? Человечки. Журнал. Эмма Хиллсборо. Слабость манипулирования. Вот это слабость. Тикет Пиаджи. Это можно манипулировать, да? Вот. Слабость психология, устойчивость логика. И манипуляция у нее устойчивость, да? То есть ей не получится манипулировать. А вот психология слабость. Да. Это манипуляция, да?
I've seen her, Emily.
What? When was that?
A little earlier, just before the conference. She was hiding.
And did you manage to speak to her?
She's not the same. I don't know what's been happening to her, but she's changed. I found her in a deplorable state with one of her hands cut off. I mean, she was saying crazy things, bordering on delirium.
What? Did you say one of her hands was cut off? What happened to her?
I don't know. She wouldn't say.
And did she tell you why she shot Emma?
Откуда ты знаешь?
How do you know she shot Emma? I didn't tell you.
You knew it, and you never said anything. Well, Louis, keeping your little secrets to yourself, that's not nice.
I was afraid for you.
No need to justify yourself, you know. We both have our secrets. Can we change subject, please? I didn't come here to go through all that again.
Of course, it's late. You're right.
А кто же ей рассказал-то? То есть мне вторые сиськи тоже достались, да? Мама, скоро вы станете бабушкой. Да еще не это... Хо-хо! Отправляйтесь в постель. О, да, я отправился в постель. Ух ты, мать твою, опять приходы. Господи, да что ж тут? Мужик, хоть не спи, сиди, я тебя умоляю.
I assure you that Lord Mortimer's plan will never see the light of day. I shall deal with informing our allies, but for the time being, I need you to make a stand.
What do you think about Monsieur de Richet?
I don't know yet. I feel there's great potential in him. He looks like he can be trusted. And Duchess Hillsborough. Why isn't she here?
She's busy. Don't worry about her.
Oh, isn't it time to replace her?
Not so fast, sir. She is an important figure. You want to have a little more faith in her.
What are we going to do about Washington?
He will be a hard nut to crack. On our chessboard, he is Mortimer's king.
Don't worry. Mr. President only wants one thing. To keep his dear America united. He won't jeopardize everything he has achieved on a whim.
He has been serving Mortimer for quite some time. It won't be easy to bring him around. Do you feel all right, Mr. Godoy? You haven't said a word.
Please excuse me, gentlemen. I feel tired.
Oh, I see. I think it is high time you left us then. Now!
Emily?
Ну ты, блин, размечтался.
Emily? Are you there?
Да нет, конечно. С ума сошел, что ли?
Sir, the conference is about to begin. You are expected in the conference room.
Tell them I'm coming. Thank you.
Come on, Louis. The game is back on.
My friends, the conference is about to begin. Please excuse me if I troubled you last night with my project. I understand that you might well have a few questions to ask. As you know, the final vote will be cast in a few days. This morning's aim is to...
А второй-то вопрос какой, кстати? Он же говорил, обсуждается два вопроса.
So that we may reach a greater understanding.
As always, Lord Mortimer.
We parted in perfect disagreement, my lord. Where would you like us to take it from?
Come, sir. Please let William believe he still has a chance of winning us over. Otherwise, his imprecations will lack panache, and we shall be bored stiff.
Oh, let me reassure you, I am convinced that a good night's sleep has brought sound advice, and that this morning will be even more interesting. Therefore, I would like to go around the table in order to hear everyone's first impressions.
Well, I am still firmly against it, even though my choice won't count.
Against.
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 And you, Duke Manuel?
Well, you see, it is more complicated and
Godoy?
Calm, Gregory. Don't try to impress my guests, please.
They are not your guests.
Gregory, anyone under my roof is by definition my guest. You included. I would be very grateful if you would let my guests speak. Duke Manuel, you were saying you still had some doubts?
Well, you see, the situation has changed since last night.
What's going on here, my Lord Duke?
You see, I gave it some thought during the night. New arguments have come to light.
What do you mean, Duke Manuel?
Sir Gregory, I regret to inform you that Spain will not support you in this operation. I vote for. Moreover, in response to arguments brought to my attention, I declare war on France.
What? What is he doing?
If you think France is afraid of you, you are dreaming.
Over 10 nations rise against you, young man, and you behave like a yapping little dog?
When the French armies are at your door, my Lord Duke, you will change your tune. Well, as for me, I am for Lord Mortimer's project, despite Duchess Hillsborough's overwhelmingly convincing nocturnal attentions.
What? So Emily was playing at trying to win over guests last night?
It was nothing more than a friendly little chat, of course.
How could it be otherwise? And by the way, remember me to your husband when you see him. And you, President Washington, what is your position?
For, of course.
Well, that leaves just yourself and Monsieur Peru, Louis.
You're all making me sick.
Look at yourselves.
What?
You are pathetic!
Have you been drinking or what?
There you are, quibbling away. My Lord Duke this, and Madame Duchesse that. You know very well that we're nothing but puppets on a damn string.
Jacques, Camille.
Let's end the charade. It's over.
Jacques.
My lord, thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. But it didn't come for free. And now I see the price is too high to pay. I'll stop.
Come, Jacques, we'll talk it over.
No, I'm finished. I want my freedom back, my lord. I shall no longer work for you.
Wait!
De Richet, you just can't help it, can you? Stop trying to play the hero, man!
Monsieur, I know I don't really know you, but you seem like a decent person.
I have done so many horrible things!
You blame yourself, I can see that. Everything's not lost.
I don't want to do bad things anymore.
You can take control of yourself again. You can fix whatever it is you've done.
Do you really believe that?
Of course, Jacques. You'll have all the time you need. I'm sure we can work things out.
But you don't know him.
Let's stay united, Jacques. He's nothing without us.
Really?
Trust me. This is not who you are. You're better than that.
You don't know me.
Yes, I do. I know you're no coward. So give me your weapon, please.
But
There's nothing to fear. I'm right here.
I don't want him to talk to me.
Don't worry. You're safe now, Jacques.
Monsieur Peru, you could have seriously hurt someone if Monsieur de Richet here hadn't stopped you. Your behavior is unacceptable. You would do better to go and rest in your apartment. My friends, we shall continue the conference later. I would like to apologize for the inexcusable behavior of my guest. We all need to recover from all of this excitement. Take the rest of the day off.
Да! Так, где мы неудачу потерпели? Нет неудачи. Я мог встать на сторону. Я мог раскрыть тайну Жака Перю. Но не раскрыл. Что ж такое у Жака Перю за тайна-то? Ах, чуть-чуть не хватило. Да что такое? Так. 4 очкозавра, да? Угу. Что я могу? Кто я такой? Так, ну я прям даже не знаю, не знаю. Давайте эту бахнем. Оккультизм. Манипулировать веселее будет, да? Ну, в принципе, все это уже так можно развивать потихонечку. Окей. Игра с огнем. Звание. Эксперт. Ну-ка. Не понимаю. Я недавно с ним беседовал. Очевидно, что месье Перю сошел с ума.
My friends, let us settle down, please. We are all in shock, of course. Let us celebrate Louis's courage. He enabled us to avert a tragedy.
Yes, that was very noble of you, Louis.
You have given us all a fine lesson in courage.
Thank you.
He owes you his life. That's quite something.
That madman deserves to die.
We are providing Monsieur Peru with care, but rest assured, he is no longer a danger to himself or anyone else. I think everyone needs a little rest. Can you stay a moment?
Of course.
Так. Что бы можно почитать? Еще не дочитали заметки де Ришей и размышления о людях. Это вообще еще не нашли, да? Так, блудни тайной полиции. Слушай, нормально, есть что читать, да? Благородство меча. Самый полный трактат по фехтованию. Ох ты, ёпта, театр. Угу. Ну, скоро мы подсоберем, смотрите, да? Угу. Так, все, да? Манускрипты. Ну, норм. Пошла жареха. Чтобы тебя спереть еще. Мужик, есть что плохо лежит? Давай, камон. Я весь твой, братюнь.
Louis, I wanted to thank you personally. I admire what you did to save Monsieur Peru's life. You have given us all a wonderful lesson in courage.
Don't mention it, my lord. You would have done the same. I was just quicker.
Ah, humility is a fine quality, sir.
Where is he now?
In his room. I've sedated him. I don't want him trying to take his life again. Or, worse yet, attacking one of the guests. When in despair, Monsieur Peru is clearly a dangerous man.
Так.
Tell me, my lord, can you think of any reason why he would be so terrified of you?
Terrified? Come now, that's a bit harsh. I think he was simply unable to put things into perspective. I see no reason to fear me. Ask President Washington. I don't believe I'm such a difficult friend.
Having spoken to him, I can assure you that he feared you even more than death itself. Had he disappointed you in any way recently?
Of course, he was on the edge. He was desperate, and it grew noticeable in his work. Our collaboration was probably coming to an end, but I certainly didn't feel the need to threaten him, ever.
But without you, no more support, no more money. It was an end to his social status. If you lost, he lost everything, didn't he?
No, not his life.
Thanks to me, I guess. On that note, my lord, I'll be leaving you. Have we covered everything?
Absolutely. Oh, Louis, one more thing, please.
Да.
I wanted to thank you for your support during the conference. You've made the right choice, and it gives me tremendous satisfaction to have you with me on this project.
What is at stake is worth it, my lord. Now, I won't hide from you the fact that I have no idea by what miracle we could ever get a unanimous vote.
Trust me, Louis. We still have a few more cards to play. You'll see. Anything can happen in politics.
I'll see you later, my lord.
I'll see you later, Louis.
Yep. Guys here are not that open-minded and simple as it somehow seems at first glance. Чуваки что-то затевают. И мне нравится герцогиня, которая пошла за ночь перетрахала всех людей. Ну чу-чу. Кстати, Наполеон-то, конечно, свою Жозефину любил, но налево шарился. Так что даже прям-таки не знаю, чей теперь бастард будет плодиться внутри герцогини. Может, у нее, как у кошек, может быть просто двойня от разных папок. Мы-то по-любому папка классный. Папский папка. Так, ну что. Монсеньор.
What do you want from me, de Richet? Get on with it. I'm busy.
I wanted to speak to you about the conference.
Listen, you chose your side. You had every possible reason to make...
Так. Если возврат в меню.
What do you want from me, de Richet? Get on with it. I'm busy.
As I was passing by your room, I wondered if you'd made any progress with your search for the Al-Azif.
Do you remember our little discussion last time, de Richet?
Indeed, I do.
So, Please go straight to hell and stop wasting my time.
I wanted to speak to you about the conference.
Listen, you chose your side. You had every possible reason to make the right choice, but you preferred to commit yourself to Mortimer. Good luck, because it's a lost battle. The subject is closed. Anything else?
Excuse me, this is the wrong room.
Ну и зря ты так со мной, чувак. Я ж победю. Это же игра про меня, победителя. Я же сын маминой подруги. И мамин сын. Мама у меня тут еще однорукий бандит. Она вас всех огорчит и обескуражит до безобразия. Слушайте, а можно реально маму позвать? Мама! Объясни этим мразям. Че, как тут у них? Кстати, обратите внимание, а почему у нее только однокомнатная хата? У всех, ну, вернее, у всех двухкомнатные номера, а у этой однокомнатные. Она, наверное, потому и разнесла ее, потому что почувствовала несправедливость. А вот это вообще интересно, это из скандинавской магии. Шлем ужаса. Да? Тут всего, я так понимаю, по чуть-чуть. Но это все старое. Ничего нового нет. А зачем она... Блин, обои ободрала. Да уж. Я просто представляю, мама пришла такая моя, вот это, говорит, давайте пить препараты. Говорит, ни хрена, так посмотрел по сторонам. Говорит, нет, давайте мы тебе просто что-нибудь отрежем. Препараты не помогут. Мама, наверное, посчитала, сколько ремонт будет стоить. Так, да. О! Здорово, хрен.
Your Eminence. Ah,
Louis.
Well done, my son. You may well have saved our lives. Who knows what that madman was capable of?
It was a reflex reaction.
And modest as well. Sarah would be proud of you. It's not going to help matters for Mortimer. Now he has one less vote for the conference.
Так, ну-ка, что там у тебя, мужичок с гармошкой? Так, перил, понятно. Пьяджи, слабость манипулирования. Угу. Давайте бахнем. На троечку, да? Ну, хер его знает, да?
I see His Eminence is able to identify a good opportunity in every situation.
What do you expect, Louis? The benefit of age. You'll see. You'll learn with time.
Except if I find it disgusting.
I hope that Monsieur Perro's act will help you reconsider your choice, Louis.
Почему же это?
Sincerely. See where his support for Lord Mortimer got him.
Godoy betrayed you. He has turned his back on you and will follow Mortimer.
What? Are you joking?
You can always join us, Your Eminence. Don't be the butt of the joke. When all your so-called allies have changed sides without warning, you'll be a laughingstock.
I don't know what you're talking about, Louis. Please excuse me, but I am tired. We shall resume our discussion later, perhaps.
As you please, Your Eminence.
То есть устойчивости у деда к этому нет. Это хорошо. Деда можно заполитиковать. Это я к себе? Не, я к себе не пойду. Мне тут еще надо выяснить, как там эта моя шлендра поживает. Герцогиня, нам есть что, блин, обсудить, мать-то. Эх, у него закрыто. А что он закрывается? Он что, не верит в Господа? Так, минуточку. Угу. Так, где моя герцогиня? Герцогуин.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Monsieur de Richet, I have no time. I was about to join Sir Gregory. Come back later.
I wanted to talk to you a moment and...
I am expected. I'm sorry. We shall talk later.
То есть Годой сейчас будут переманивать все, кому не лень, да? Ну ты политический проститут.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte.
Наполе. Чё как, братан? Кстати, где он? Эй, засранец корсиканский, ты куда делся? Вот. Якорцы. Угу. Как этот-то чувак?
Sorry, sir, but you cannot go through. We have very clear instructions from Lord Mortimer. Monsieur Peru must rest.
Нормально чувак нарисовался, да? Сами такой, хопа!
Already mentioned it yesterday. Either to you or to someone else. Impossible to tell with you people.
Yes, sir.
Your yes is not sufficient. Tell the others, for crying out loud. Remember to close my window once you've done my room. This isn't...
Monsieur Bonaparte.
Louis, once again, bravo for what you did. If it weren't for you, Peru would have blown his brains out. You've got courage. I like this. We just lost a vote for the next conference, and we already had fewer votes than Holm. I must absolutely find a solution.
Так, а у тебя к этикету, по-моему, устойчивость, да, чувак? Или нет? Может и нет. Так, где этот хрен? Слуги. Слабость. А, не вообще дрыщи. Мозга нет, считай, коллега. Бонапарт. Устойчивость к убеждению и устойчивость к политике. Навыки. Политика. Этикет. О, вот, политика.
Excuse me, sir, but given recent events, I find it somewhat cavalier.
С этикетом не очень, да? Понятно.
Yes, I know. You must find me inhumane. But what can I do? We are here to decide upon the fate of our nations, Louis. It is time you realize what is at stake here. I hold nothing against Monsieur Peru personally, but what concerns me most right now is to not lose sight of the objectives of this meeting. In short, we haven't a minute to lose. I'll leave you now.
Just a minute. What did Duchess Hillsborough propose last night?
Oh, nothing worth worrying about. The pretty little pudding eater found no better tactic than to threaten me. She would have been better off sliding into my bed. At least we wouldn't have wasted part of the night talking for nothing.
Threatened you, you say?
That's what I said. I think I'm going to have to be careful of English troops crisscrossing the Mediterranean for a while. The witch would let loose the wrath of the English crown on my august person. But if she thinks that would scare a Bonaparte, she is mistaken.
Какую августейшую персону, чувак? Ты лейтенант артиллерии. На августейшую персону. Эй, ребят, вы попутали. Он просто тупо еще лейтенант-артиллерист. Еще ничего не началось. А у вас уже он императором стал, да? Консулом, императором, так все дело. Все вот это вот. Ну, вы знаете. Так. А где графиня-то? Хиллсборо, твою дивизию. Чё за дела? Не, ну он не настолько мечтает, у него с головой все нормально. Я думаю, в этот момент он вообще еще ничего не предполагал, вот честно. Никаких, ну, прикиньте, если я там у нас сейчас какой-нибудь прапорщик взять там, не знаю, и сказать, чувак, давай это, ты, вот что ты будешь делать, когда станешь императором? Он говорит, ну, наверное, говорит, из психушки выйду. Вернее, наверное, в психушку лягу, а потом посмотрим. Эми? Надо поговорить. Ток-ток.
No answer.
А у нас же можно в дверь зайти. Да, чувак? У нас же смежные эти, как они? Ну, те самые, которые. Комнаты, вот. А, кстати, где моя? Моя комната. Комната Бонапарта, Перью. А как у нас с каким хером они смежные, кстати? Как так получилось-то? Сад. Дерише. Гудоя. Ничего, погоди, а как я к ней ходил в гости-то? Премьер-министр Испании, блин. Так, Вашингтон. Тон. Угу. Ой, я могу через комнату Бонапарта, кстати, зайти в комнату Перью. Интересно. Месье Тортик, где тут вход? Да ёперный тебя. Вот это мрази закрыли вход. Замуровали демоны. Бесчеловечно, я считаю.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Huh, that's me.
А, ну по-любому, да.
Next time, I'll listen to my mother. Not a day has gone by without something happening to me. What now?
Да, нормально жить в такой комнате, да.
Open up, please.
Coming, Mr. President, I'm coming.
Louis. Ah, there you are at last.
Yes,
I just saw your mother. She was accompanied by Emily, and they both went into the Duchess's room. I tried to join them, but I was refused entry. Louis, this does not bode well.
Oh, shit. Emily might want to avenge her sister. I must act quickly.
You're right, Mr. President. Thank you.
President George Washington.
Угу. Не понял.
President George Washington. Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Это я.
Duke Manuel Godoy. Duchess Emily Hillsborough. do believe that's Emily's voice. I can't understand what she's saying. I can't open it. It must be blocked on the other side. I'll have to find another way in, quick.
Так. Угу. Ну, это было слишком очевидно.
I have to get inside Emily's room through the... Shit! It's locked.
Ну-ка, давай-ка к Перью зайдем. Мой пера-друг, ты как там? Блин, ты закрыт. А вот интересно, а почему то закрыт, а то... слышь. Что началось-то? Ну ладно, предположим, что здесь все одноклеточно. Сейчас врываемся, отрубаем мамке вторую руку. Вот там охереет герцогиня.
It's as if there are several people inside.
Once again, you're the one who's the victim in all this.
A letter from
What
William
are you on
the
about
Younger,
now?
addressed
I
to
should
Emily.
never have told you what
It's
happened
the present
to me.
Prime Minister of the...
Works,
A
and
letter
you know
from
it full
William
well.
Pitt the
I'm not
Elder,
that naive.
addressed to
I know
Two
you
coils
inside
circle the
out.
lot.
Stop. We'll end up losing everything if you keep on. Dear Gregory, thank you for the information. I've managed to find out about the names you gave me. George Washington is a man you can trust. In spite of his obvious talent for politics, he has remained upright and honest. On the other hand, as you may well know, he is already doing business with Lord Mortimer. It will be more difficult to approach him. Napoleon Bonaparte was unknown to me until today. He's a passionate young French soldier for whom Mortimer predicts a promising future. Take heed. He is a man of conviction, which to my mind makes him potentially dangerous. As for Sarah de Richet, what more is there to say? You already know each other. She was apparently invited by Lord Mortimer about an ongoing matter in Paris that concerns a receiver in stolen art. See you soon. Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Уважаемый Грегори, благодарю вас за информацию. Мне удалось немного разузнать об этих людях. Джорджу Вашингтону можно доверять. Несмотря на политические успехи, он остался честным человеком. С другой стороны, как вам известно, он уже ведет дела с лордом Мортимером. Получить его доверие будет сложно. О Наполеоне Бонапарте я не слышал до сегодняшнего дня. Это пылкий молодой офицер французской армии, которому Мортимер пророчит великое будущее. О да! Будьте осторожны, человек твердых убеждений, поэтому, на мой взгляд, опасный противник. Что касается Сары де Рише, мне нечего сказать, ибо вы уже знакомы. Судя по всему, лорд Мортимер пригласил ее из-за парижской шумихи вокруг заказчика того ограбления. До скорой встречи, герцогиня Хиллсборо.
I've retrieved everything. A letter from William Pitt the Elder, addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now. Madam, I shall never thank you enough for all your care and attention. I shall be indebted to you until my last breath. If you have any request of me, you only need ask. With regards to my son William, I shall never thank you enough for looking after him. You know the latter's preferences, and you will understand he needs you desperately. For that, and as agreed with Queen Charlotte, our friend Duke Hillsborough will carry out his task and meet with you within 6 months. From then on, you'll be free from want. Yours sincerely, William Pitt, Count of Chatham.
Мадам, никогда не устану благодарить вас за проявленную заботу и внимание. Я у вас в долгу до конца своих дней. Просите что угодно, я все сделаю. Что касается моего сына, Уильяма, я безмерно благодарен вам за помощь. Вы знаете его предпочтения и скоро сами поймете, что он в вас нуждается. Как мы и договаривались с королевой Шарлоттой, наш друг герцог Хиллсборо выполнит все поручения и встретится с вами в течение полугода. После этого вы позабудете, что такое нужда. Искренне ваш Уильям Пит-младший, граф Чаттон.
What on earth is... You... Mother?
How dare you do this to me? You can talk. After everything I've done for you. You are joking, I hope, right? I gave you my life. That's enough, Emma. Now that Louis is here, you will leave Sarah alone. Cease your revenge immediately. What? If you think you're going to... Louis, help me, I beg you. I can no longer reason with her. I am Emily. Quit playing games. What? Honestly, don't be ridiculous. No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart. After everything we've been through together.
Yes, well...
Don't you dare bring him into this. This is between you and me. I ask for nothing more, so stop taking it out on Sarah. You pretty little bitch. How dare you? Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? You are joking, I hope. I'm the one who told you everything that's been going on while you were away. Go on then. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to kill me. Go on then, shoot. After all the trouble I've gone through to find you. Go on. What are you waiting for? Here, Louis, take this.
Wait, what's going...
An entire life for this. Go on, shoot. Sorry, Louis, I can't shoot her. She's my sister. That's enough, Emma. Louis, out of the way. She's dangerous. Don't trust her. What are you trying to do? Louis, out of the way. I am not Emma. Come on, Louis, tell her who the real Emily is.
Wait,
That's right, Louis. I'm fed up with this little game. Tell him who the real Emily is.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Well, Louis, come on, you know how to tell us apart, right?
Yes, but... I'd like to ask you a few questions to make sure there's no doubt.
Rational and open, Louis. Let's see. How can I tell them apart? Wait, I've got an idea.
On the night of our arrival... You gave me something. I wasn't feeling very well, and you gave me something. What was it?
My handkerchief. And you even kept it. It was stained with your blood. Louis, I already told her. This is all a waste of time. I'm the one who told you.
Right. Let's find something else. Ah, yes. Let's speak about my arrival at the manor.
Ну-ка.
On the night of our arrival, we were warming ourselves in front of the fire. Mortimer welcomed us in a...
Она устойчива к допросу, ты смотри. Ничего себе. Вот эта жизнь-то помотала, мать.
What on earth is...
А я не понял, они застрелили мамку-то, нет? Или просто по голове стукнули? Если застрелили, то вопрос кто, потому что у нее пистолет, значит, разряжен. Я вообще не понял, что они с друг другом делят-то. Что за херня?
If you think you're going to... Louis, help me, I beg you. I can no longer reason with her. I am Emily. Quit playing games. What? Honestly, don't be ridiculous. No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart. After everything we've been through together.
Yes, well...
Don't you dare bring him into this. This is between you and me. I ask for nothing more, so stop taking it out on Sarah. You prissy little bitch! How dare you? Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place.
Exactly.
You are
These are just two girls dressed in the same dress.
Everything that's been going on while you were away.
That's gonna be a massacre.
That's what you want, isn't it? You want to kill me.
Hildas is laughing.
Shoot.
She knows the stuff. She's a girl after all.
Find you. Go on. What are you waiting for? Here, Louis, take this.
Wait, what's going?
An entire life for this. Go on, shoot.
Да подойди, отбери у той пистолет, и все нормально будет.
She's my sister. That's enough, Emma. Louis, out of the way. She's dangerous. Don't trust her. What are you trying to do? Louis, out of the way. I am not Emma. Come on, Louis, tell her who the real Emily is.
Wait,
That's right, Louis. I'm fed up with this little game. Tell him who the real Emily is.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Well, Louis, come on, you know how to tell us apart, right?
Yes, but I'd like to ask you a few questions to make sure there's no doubt.
Rational and open, Louis. Let's see. How can I tell them apart? Wait, I've got an idea.
On the night of our arrival...
Давай спросим девушку позади.
On the wharf, something happened to me. What happened exactly?
You felt unwell. You had a nosebleed, and I offered you my handkerchief. I told her all that already. It was me who told you.
Right. Let's find something else. Ah, yes. Let's speak about my arrival at the manor.
Давай спереди спросим.
Once at the manor, Sir Gregory introduced himself to us. Then we split up into two groups. What group was I in?
It won't work, Louis. She knows already. I told her. Shut up. I'm the one who told you. You stayed with President Washington and myself near the chimney because he was freezing and wanted to speak to you about your mother. I told you she knew.
Very well.
Let's try something else.
On the first night, we went up to bed, but I wasn't tired. I went for a little stroll.
Девушку впереди лучше спрашивать, у нее пистолет.
Do you remember if we saw each other that night or not?
Not at all. Don't think you're going to get away with this deception so easily. I can assure you, you're going to regret pretending to be me once Louis has exposed you.
Right. I don't think I'll get very far like this. I'll have to find something better.
Oh, I don't think I'll even wait until he's finished.
Take it easy now.
Are you mad, Louis?
Lower your arm.
I better act quickly if I don't want things to get out of hand.
Come on, she's putting one over on you. Look at yourself for crying out loud. You were prepared to shoot me down.
Застрели мать!
In the secret room behind the study. Talk to them about what you've been doing. Maybe they haven't spoken about it between each other yet.
On the night of the disappearance of Elizabeth Adams.
What about it? What do you want to know about that night?
Oh.
We found ourselves in Mortimer's secret gallery. What did we find in that room?
A load of old junk that Mortimer had collected. A so-called Pandora's box in the form of an urn. An old sheepskin that he must take for the golden fleece. The Bible of Judas. Property deeds as old as the hills. And a broken old sword. You are wasting your time, Louis.
Broken sword? Там не было broken, он был нормальный sword.
I was there. That's enough! I've had enough of this charade. Louis, there's only one way to tell us apart. There's just one thing I didn't tell her about in detail. Too bad for you, Emma. I didn't want it to come to this, but you leave me no choice. Ask her about you and I. You just lost, Emma. I indeed didn't tell you everything about it. Come, Louis. Speak about our intimacy.
Very well, let's talk about us.
А у нее устойчивость к манипулированию, да, по-моему? Ну-ка. Хиллсборо, хер поймешь. Эмили, устойчивость к логике, да? А манипулирование у нее тоже, по-моему, устойчивость. Сейчас проверим. Бахнем. А, можно же трёпочку башнуть, и все будет. Ах ты зараза, а!
Last night, you came to me in my room. What exactly did we talk about?
We spoke briefly about your choices during the conference, Louis. What do you mean? Yes, Emma. It just so happens I didn't tell you everything. I never told you about this part. I hate you!
That's enough, both of you. Now I know who the real Emily is.
Давай удивим, мать.
It's you, Emily.
No, Louis. She is manipulating you.
No, Emma. It's her. I know it. Despite all the trouble you've gone to put one over on me, I know it is her.
That's enough now, Emma. You little slut. Don't think you are going to get away with this so easily. You are going to stop your little game right now. Never. I am Duchess Hill. No.
Emily?
I am the Duchess.
But...
You don't. Dear God, what have I done? See what you've done. See?
Louis?
Mother!
What on earth is...
Go away. You must go. Everyone is going to arrive.
Louis, what's going on?
Duchess? Is everything all right?
Come on, Louis. There's nothing more you can do.
But I...
Leave us.
Emily, what's going on?
Mother, go to the crypt. I'll meet you there.
I'll be waiting for you.
Emily.
Madam, I am coming in.
It was bound to end like this, Louis. Let me stay with her. Please. Go. I'll cover you.
Можно было в ногу выстрелить.
Stop!
God damn it. Now what's going on?
Интересно, я определил, настоящий или нет? Господи, это что такое? У вас человек мертвый лежит. Вас ничего не смущает, парни? Ну, наверное, нет, да? Слушай, а тут вообще пошла жара, я смотрю, да? Блин, а как определить-то? А, я понял. Ну, я случайно выбрал. Просто я думал логично, что надо подержать женщину с пистолетом. Пистолет, знаете ли, убеждает. Только зачем в нее стрелять-то было? Ну, это common sense, понимаешь, здравый смысл, вот это все в голове.
Good God, they're all here. They must have heard the gunshot.
Where is Lord Mortimer?
Can anyone hear anything through the door?
До свидания.
Monsieur Jacques Perru?
Жак Перю. А немцы-то с чего пролетело и от кого, интересно? От меня? Это я напинал Бундуса? Нет? Мама, я встречу вас в вашем склепе. Да что такое? Все закрыто-то. Ну да, Йоган вон лежит там и откисает потихонечку. Так, здесь спуститься можно? Можно, хорошо. Но мы сейчас вначале все пробежим. Да ёперный ты театр, мать-то вашу. Что же затворится-то? Мать твоя волшебница. Что за нах? Вот тут даже Джордж Вашингтон выполз. Куда, кстати, уполз, блин. Так, где-то здесь должны тусить уже эти мурамои. Где эта бригада ада-то тусуется? Что за баг только что был? У меня мир свернулся перед глазами. Неприятно. Ну, Ой. Простите, господа. Годой, не годой. Кто-то не годует. О, а с ними надо потереть. У меня может быть тогда алиби, да, наверное? Что происходит?
I was not dreaming, was I? Certainly not, Duke Godoy.
What's going on?
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room, and she isn't answering. Gentlemen, go back to your rooms. Go back to your rooms. I shall find out from Lord Mortimer what this is all about. Thank you.
My instructions are clear, sir. No one is to enter.
Так, ладно, Жак Перрю, понятно. А, и сюда нельзя, да? Так, ну если эти мужики разошлись, может я смогу с ними потереть? Мама в склепе никуда не денется. Из склепа люди редко куда-то уходят. Я думаю, мама не будет делать исключения. Блин, ох ты, Йоханнес, он там откисает по голове. А, кстати, никого не беспокоит, что он там лежит, это грустный, нет? Это Эмили Адамс. Адамас. Угу.
Президент Джордж Вашингтон.
Блин, да ладно. А где, кстати, Джордж? Не Карлин, но он нам нужен. Джордж. А, я знаю, он упоролся опием, наверное, и опять это... Unfuckable там лежит такой весь грустный. А, все, да?
Монсеньор, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi. That's me.
Это я. А я не могу в комнату к себе. Вот я не послушник. В комнату не могу. Боже мой, как это грустно.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
А, кстати, Мануил там чё, как? Блин, меня и к Мануилу не пускают. Ладно, хер с ним, пойдем к мамке. Маман. Чё там? В целом. По деньгам. Куда можно? Куда можно? Хорошо. А что там, кстати? Там у нас малая гостиная, а выход в сад. Да в сад, ну понятно, можно отсюда выйти, а можно через столовку пройдем. Давай. Может, пустит. Пожрать что-нибудь можно. Опять же, блин, жрать хочу. Или нет, не хочу. Я подумал, я не хочу есть, вы знаете. Болею, наверное. Постучим по голове себе. Я так и не понял, что пересрались девки-то? Что им делить? Кроме как меня. Ну, можно и с двумя, наверное, да? Это же Франция, черт побери, я же француз. Если что, одну Жаку Перью отдадим, он нормальный мужик. Такой, ух. А, у него жена есть, или же... О, нет, у него дочь есть, про жену ничего не сказали. Но дочь есть. Но он ее, правда, в приют отдал. Ну, вообще интересный парень. Может, это хороший приют, конечно. Может, это типа пансион. А, так вот перепихон кому-то стоил жизни. Я так и не понял, я что видел-то, интересно? Да, я могу еще сюда пройти. Охереть, кстати. Причем тот редкий и неожиданный случай, когда отрахались одни, а убили другую. Такая вот немыслимая череда странных событий. Где харцы. То есть, нет, нихера. Можно книжечку какую-нибудь? Я хочу все книжки собрать. Нет, да? Блин. Усюка, а это куда? А это куда реально? А, вот это куда? Я отсюда шел, да? Понял. Мануэль Годой. Годой, блин, это не смешно. Годой, тупой. Мануэль, вот это все. Так, ладно, бежим дальше. Угу. Как тут по короткому-то? А, по короткому тут не получится, надо через мамку. С ее, блин, ариадной сраной. Многорядный, ариадный. Маму вашу Машу, вы могли прятаться где-то в нормальных местах? Чё же вы какие-то, блин, выбираете это? Так, пока не началось, надо чайку налить. Пойду налью чайку, придем через 5 минут. Ну, прикольно, слушайте, прям развитие такое, прям вообще жестко. Все. Туда-сюда взяли, тетю все-таки завалили. Кто трубку отпилил матери? Блин, этот, небось, отгрыз. Oh. Midget is a offensive word. Small people, as far as I know, right? Be right back. Что животное? I'm almost here. You're uploading some stuff. Some conspiracy. A beauty from Russian Moscow and an electrician from California. The servant of Tesla. Ладно, давайте продолжайте нашу это. Что там? Ну давай, мать, что ты мне скажешь? Мама, какого хера, мама? Of course. And Lord Bison, of course. That meme.
Louis, at last, there you are.
Mother, wait,
Come, we have to be quick.
No, wait, Mother,
Time is running out, Louis. First, we must...
No! That's enough. I won't go a step further unless you explain to me what is going on here. I'm begging you. Talk to me.
You must trust me, my son. You are not ready yet.
You're the one who should trust me. Tell me what's happening.
You would never believe me.
I came all the way here for you. Now I've found you. I'm ready, Mother.
If only... Louis, I have always taught you to keep your mind open and rational. I know you are going to find this hard to believe, but what I am going to reveal to you is entirely true. Many years ago, I found out that demons really do live among us.
I beg your pardon?
And that they can influence our thoughts.
Mother, listen to yourself. I know you're exhausted, but for crying out loud, listen to what you're saying. Demons? What next? An ancient monster with a head like an octopus? What do your demons look like? Have they got horns and a pointed tail?
No, these are not creatures with billy goat's legs. Forget your Christian folklore. Imagine them more as parasitic spirits. They possess their hosts and direct them from inside.
Parasitic spirits?
Yes, they are capable of going from one body to another as they see fit, and 2 of them are present on this island.
Right, so let me guess. Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory, right?
You felt it too?
No, even if Home does look the part. But I don't know who else could do it, given that we're on their territory.
Many years ago, well before you were born, I crossed paths with one of them. Since then, I've spent my life trying to find it again. When we recovered the Alizif, I was persuaded that von Burchard was working for this demon in one way or another. But I thought he would hand the book to a middleman during this conference.
Middleman.
That's where I made an error that could well turn out to be fatal. The one who Burchard was meant to give the book to was none other than the demon in person, Mortimer. Not to mention that Home had sent Volner to get it for him.
Home and Mortimer are demons?
They both seem to disagree about many things, but I'll admit I never knew exactly why. There are many of them, Louis. Not just those 2.
Mother, have you any proof to support any of this?
Of course, but you do too. You had everything laid out in front of you. Didn't you notice anything?
Ну-ка, давайте-ка.
Well, those property deeds across the world, all signed by the same hand and over several centuries.
I am proud of you, Louis.
I found your notes, written in lemon juice.
Where all eyes size you up. At one stage, I was so afraid of losing my mind that I noted everything down. Congratulations, Louis. Wait, please tell me you didn't open Pandora's box.
The urn? Yes, I did. Why?
Too bad. We'll deal with it later.
Так.
I went beyond the Nightmare Mother.
You understood the Masonic date.
1191.
Of course! It was during that siege that the demon took possession of Sir Mortimer. They spent a whole night in conversation until the early hours of the morning. Mortimer had passed the test. He had charmed the demon, and so it chose him to be its host for centuries to come. But tell me, did you find his secret study?
I did indeed.
Did you see his maps of the world?
He has contacts the world over.
Yes, I've been developing the Golden Order across the world for many years, and I've never seen anyone with such influence. It's simply inhuman.
I must admit, I found it difficult to understand how and why Mortimer didn't have a place in history.
On the continent, Mortimer and Home are mere dandies who organize society balls.
Duh.
History forgets them with a disconcerting facility. No one speaks about them, and yet they whisper in the ears of kings and presidents.
You mean the conference?
How can you explain that someone manages to bring together so many important
Ну,
figures
простите,
without anyone knowing?
вообще не демоны.
Any security or personnel?
Louis, I am proud of you. You came all this way. You found me. You have surpassed me.
You taught me everything I know. Right. How did it all begin?
I saw him.
What do you mean you saw him?
I was 20 years old. I was young and carefree. I traveled the world in search of adventure. In the Persian Gulf, we came across an ancient grimoire that became unlocked. Composed of 7 parts, each one was a book in itself, set in a sort of metal armor that structured the whole thing. When all the volumes were brought together, they formed a single book. On my return to Paris, I set to studying these pages. I spent all my days and nights studying them.
Oh, I can imagine you doing that.
But the writing was in a language I had never seen before. Developed well before Sumerian, in my opinion. So I got the idea to form a small occult circle composed of all the major names in the occult world to see if anyone else could crack it.
And you found no one.
And I found someone, Louis. I found him. Or rather, he found me. He was young, charismatic. He was flamboyant.
Sir Gregory?
No, Mortimer, of course. He was a veritable mine of knowledge. I showed him the book, and he was able to decipher a few passages. We spent several months together studying the pages.
He was already old in those days, wasn't he? So you recognized him when you arrived on the island, right?
No, he wasn't in that body. But I know it was him. I swear it was him. The way he spoke, his posture, a few of his intonations, his mannerisms.
Wait a minute. You were talking about 60 years ago. I've lost the thread.
Yes, sorry. He helped me understand certain passages until I realized that he only translated a few parts for me. But I had aroused his interest. It was too late.
How so?
I mean to say he manipulated me. He used me, and in the end, he stole the book with all its secrets.
Did he ever go to your
А зачем ему эти секреты? Он же демон.
At least I don't think so. But before disappearing, he proposed a pact between us. He proposed that I follow him and let him teach me, allow him to bring me up.
And you accepted?
Please don't be stupid. You don't make deals with the devil. After that, I spent my whole life looking for him. 3 years later in Berlin, I just missed him. In London, I lost 6 members of the order in a chase. In 1741, in Tunisia, I found a sect of fanatics who had crossed paths with him once. 1741, in Poland. 1749, in India.
8 years ago in Venice.
We agreed never to speak about what happened in Venice, Louis.
You agreed, and that was before you spoke to me about demons.
Так.
Wait, the baby we delivered, you and me, that night in Venice? Did he have anything to do with Lord Mortimer?
The
Wow.
child was his son.
He stole his son? Are you insane? I always thought we took him to save him.
That was the case. It was precisely to save him from his father.
Need I remind you the mother died during childbirth? What became of the child?
Later. For the moment, that is not the key issue here. Once we found the Al-Azif in Paris, I followed von Borchart's trail here. I didn't think it would lead me straight to the demon. It was careless of me. He toyed with me for a few days, until I caught on, until I saw him as he was. But he had no intention of letting me leave. We are all his pawns, Louis, and if we don't want to spend the rest of our lives turning round in circles here, we must absolutely get off this island. All right, can we move on?
Wait a minute. One last thing. I want to know what happened with Elizabeth Adams.
Louis, we haven't time for those details.
I'm sorry, Mother, but I want to know.
She was one of the receptacles for these monsters. I met her parents when she was born. One of the demons got inside her. The demon used her to spy on her father, John Adams. He is one of the founding fathers and vice president of the United States.
Mortimer possessed her?
No, I don't think it was Mortimer. Her father, John Adams, hired me to tend to her, but the evil in her was too deep. In spite of the various treatments I tried on her, I never succeeded in getting it out of her. It's not something I'm proud of, Louis, but I had to try everything.
Так, а Сэм, и чё у тебя не так?
I want to know what happened between you and Emily's sister.
Great responsibility often brings difficult choices, Louis.
Это не ответ.
That's all you need to know.
Mother, I won't take a step further if you don't answer me.
You dare blackmail me?
I'm listening.
All right, I used her. So there you are. Happy now? We had the Al-Azif, and I didn't think we would be able to escape with it. In order to ensure that the book did not fall into their hands, or that one of them couldn't read in us where we had hidden it, I asked Emily to...
It's Emma.
Yes, or rather for me, it was Emily. So I asked Emma to hide it without anyone seeing, and then I disposed of her. I am sorry for her, but she was part of the Golden Order, Louis.
Как ты ее застрелил, если их две?
When she joined.
Я ничего не понял. Кто... Чё за хрень? Кто кого застрелил?
What did you negotiate about the Al-Azif with Volner?
Absolutely nothing. I managed to pull the wool over his eyes until I found a way to flee.
What was going on with the cannons in Tuscany?
It was nothing.
Since when does the Order finance wars?
The cannons for that Bonaparte fellow? Listen, once in the lion's den, I did whatever I could to appear legitimate. So yes, I pretended to be interested in Mortimer's project about a young military man who was seeking funding for a foundry in Tuscany. Between you and me, if buying China would have enabled me to escape, I would have signed without hesitation.
Yep. Well, there are some troubles.
Samuel Ritter du Choix, you wanted to send me a letter about Godoy.
I wanted you to run a check on Duke Manuel. But frankly, it doesn't really matter anymore now. Godoy is just a pawn like the others. He is not the one I was looking for.
You know, I found your package under a wharf plank.
As a matter of fact, I needed it yesterday. I wasn't expecting anyone to take it.
On the evening of my arrival, Cardinal Piaggi came looking for you. He was determined to give you a letter.
More of his lists. Louis, I think I know what's in that letter, and I beseech you to believe that it is the least of our worries. We can sort that out later.
Are you going to tell me what happened to your hand?
Вот это самое
Better
главное,
than
да.
that, I shall show you.
Good. I think that's about right. We shall speak about it once we get back to France.
Great actions for humanity have been decided by demons for centuries, Louis. They are playing with our destiny. We are their slaves. And it's time for it to stop. By the way, what was Mortimer's project at this conference?
He wants the United States to occupy all the North American territory. France should recover Louisiana and give it to the United States. In that case, the Americans would just have to push west to chase the Spanish from the continent once and for all.
And as Mortimer controls Washington, you may just as well say that it will put him at the head of a world superpower. We should do our utmost to put a stop to Mortimer's plans. But for the time being, there are more pressing matters.
Are you going to tell me why we're here?
There. That's why we are here.
А вот и где рука оказалась, да? Ну, без неудач уже неплохо. Так. Вот-то много неудач. Так, а что по книгам-то у нас интересно будет? Ну, давай бахнем эту. Угу. Ну, куда-нибудь убежит политика. Ну, пусть будет так.
Reassure me, we aren't going to have to force that one, are we?
I don't think we're even capable of doing it. You're going to have to find a way to open it.
Why, of course. And what's inside?
Something to vanquish them with?
Perfect. So, how does it open?
We'll need several keys. I found a note from the architect who conceived the mechanism in Mortimer's secret study. We have to first gather 5 objects before we try anything.
Are the 5 objects the keys?
Exactly. We have the Clement III cross, the nails, the Gutenberg Bible, the exegesis of Judas, an armillary sphere, and all we need to match up the dates between the different calendars.
Так.
Why a cross?
Well, I haven't the foggiest idea, but it just so happens that's what you are going to use to activate the mechanism. I found the one Mortimer kept. It belonged to Cardinal Guibert, better known by the name of Pope Clement III.
Perfect. Where is it?
Unfortunately, I've lost it. When I lost my hand, I went dashing out, and it must have fallen from my pocket.
Remember, Mother. I'm certain you can remember.
Let me think.
You were running.
I was bleeding to death.
You remember the pain.
I thought I was going to faint. Yes, I remember. I don't think it can be far, can it?
Would you have lost it outside?
No, I don't think so. It must be in the area. I don't remember going up with it.
Perfect. I'll search the crypt before leaving. Some nails?
Don't ask me. I'm not the one who made the mechanism, you know. When I arrived, there were already a few of them inserted, so I didn't have to worry about those. On the other hand, I remember seeing some in Mortimer's secret study, behind his nightmare.
In a golden cup? Yes. Yes, I saw them too.
Perfect. It will be easy for you to find them then. You need 3 of them.
Very well.
You remember what to do about the rollers. 1191 to enter, and 6466 to exit.
Of course. An exegesis. Anything else?
Did you manage to vanquish the Medusa?
To open the chimney? Yes, absolutely.
So you've already come across it. It's the Bible of Judas that is exposed in the secret room behind the chimney.
Why do they call it an exegesis?
Because that's what it is, and not an apocryphal Bible, strictly speaking. It's the study of a text with a summary, not an actual Bible. Anyway, well done for the Gorgon. You did well. You didn't get tricked by the light bouncing back.
Thanks. Do you think I can take it safely?
We haven't got a choice, Louis. Without it, we won't be able to work out this cursed mechanism.
Так, ну ладно, понятно. А что там о других предметах? Во! Библия Гутенберга. Видел где-то уже.
There's one in the portrait gallery.
Yes, but it's enormous. If you don't want to have to go back and forth several times, then I suggest you get a smaller one.
What did you do then?
I didn't think I'd need one. I started without one, and I lost my hand before I did need one. And you can see the result. One last thing before you go. Be very careful. If you come across anyone, they can all potentially be spies of Mortimer or Holm. Don't ever confide in anyone because a demon can slip inside them at any moment.
Wait, not all of them though. Take Washington.
Especially Washington. He's been conditioned by Mortimer for years. Look at them, for crying out loud. How do you explain their behavior otherwise? The most influential politicians in the Western world gather together without the least protection, without a single aid to assist them, to participate in a conference during which the guests start dropping like flies. Me, Adams, Peru, Hillsborough. Look at the number of calamities that have happened over the past few days. And not one of them has asked to leave the island? Do you find that normal? You'll see. Go up to the manor to look for the keys, and I wager not one of them will speak to you about my being in Emily's room.
Do you think so?
Go on, you'll see. And come back with all the objects in one go. Time is against us. And remember, the code to get out of the secret office is 6466.
Так, ну, книжек не то чтобы много. Ну шо, мамка?
Honey, the remedy of the gods.
Ну, тут по крови можно пройти. Где там мама накапала еще? Мне было реально... Вот это называется... Вот это критический день, а не вот эти ваши мелочи, да? День у мамки прям не задался.
Famous cross of
Perfect. And one key found.
This is Cersei.
Опачки, монетка, да?
You ought to go, Louis. If someone finds us here, the situation might well become seriously complicated.
Бабка, ты достала. Закрой глаза рукой. Новый органон. Она тут села книжки читала. Ну, нормально. Можно только порадоваться за эту каменную бабу. Угу. Окей. I'm lost. Я потерялась. Ой, я сильно потерялась. Что за херня? Ну-ка выпустите меня из этой зеленой темнички. Так, там тупикс, это я помню. Но здесь, собственно говоря, не лучше. А чё это закрыто? Что это такая дерзость нам? Неслыханная привалила. О, блин, я так потерялась. Блин, да я что-то. Ага, мужики.
Right. It's definitely an armillary sphere, but I have to find one that I can take with me. Otherwise, I risk drawing... Right. Let's see if the statues are in place yet.
Ah, François Ier, Receiving the Holy Family, a painting by Raphael.
Нам надо наверх. Итак, я могу ко всем зайти, да? Ну-ка, давайте. Начинаем с нашей невменяшки. Ни хера полезного нет. Кровь, кишки, ничего человеческого. Фу, такой быть. Цикорий. Найс.
President George Washington.
George. Нет у него там армиллярных сфер. Так, где это я? Ну-ка. Не, крутись давай головой. Он же, сука, химик. У него должно быть с собой. О!
An armillary sphere. Perfect. That will save me some time. I only hope that he isn't going to realize it right away.
А что это вообще такое армиллярная сфера? What kind of stuff is that thing actually? Мильонсфилд. Записывающий. Эдамс. Это чё? Комната Вашингтона. Окей. Amber.
A fragment of amber.
Nice. We're making progress. Так, Вильнёв, Вашингтон. Обойти-то надо всех, конечно же. То мало ли чего. Так.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Может, у него есть Библия Гутенберга?
I have no time to lose, so I might as well not bother him.
Времени-то у меня нет. И тревожить я его не буду. Я просто обворую черта.
Dear Giuseppe, poor health forbids me from joining you. Please thank Sir Gregory for his invitation to Lord Mortimer's. I'm convinced you'll be able to strengthen our agreements.
Giovanni Angeli-Braschi.
I have no time to lose, so I might as well not bother him.
So I was running here. Sola Scriptura. Oh, that's my.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Have I already been here? Дон Кихот. Прочитать больше не хотим, да? Обратите внимание, не всем дали место с балконом, да? Некоторые чертилы живут без балкона.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Да ладно, к ней можно зайти.
King George III in coronation robes.
George.
Nice touch for the room of an English duchess.
Dear E, I received your last letter. Unfortunately, the Crown informed the Golden Order that our mission...
Эмма и Эмили.
The Lady's Waldegrave by Reynolds.
Сестры. Слушай, так может их трое на самом деле?
Displayed like meat. It's disgusting.
Grammar of Port-Royal. Ah, the artistry of the French language in all its splendor. Whoever masters French commands the world.
Sola Scriptura is a principle of Protestants.
A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to him. A letter from William Pitt the Elder, addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now.
Так она тоже демон, да, наверное? Если ей 15 лет назад уже писали письма. Мелким почерком. Рапорт закрыт. Здесь открыто. А этот? Закрыт. А что это такое-то нехорошее?
The Battle of Alexander at Issus, or how Alexander the Great triumphed over King Darius. Yet another one with delusions of grandeur.
But Napoleon was indeed a great man, you know. That's not a delusion, that's a talent.
Sorry, sir, but Mr. Peru is not seeing visitors at the moment. He's rich and used to see no one. Good luck.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough. Duke Manuel Godoy.
Годой был посещен. Где этот? А, я у него украл уже эту сферу, да?
Huh, that's me.
Так, где путь наверх? Блин, чувак, ты уже прокачаешь кардио себе тут нифигово.
President George Washington.
Ты столько кругов уже нарезал по этому, что уже должен был просто быть. Закабанеть тут.
Monsieur Johann van Volnda.
Ну да, сферу я спер.
Ah, Louis. Glad you're here.
Blasted. He's gonna talk about my mother.
Come and see what I've found. There are pieces of paper in the ashes of the chimney. Someone's been burning something here.
Incredible. He doesn't seem to want to speak to me about what happened between my mother and the Hillsborough sisters.
Show me a little.
Look, it's possible to distinguish two different writing styles.
The rest of the correspondence between my mother and Emma.
Someone tried to burn an exchange of messages. I'm certain there must be more.
Shit. What on earth is he doing?
If you want my opinion, a servant must have burnt some old papers. That's all.
Ишь ты.
Ah, Louis. Glad you're here.
Blasted.
Неманипулируемый, Джордж.
Come and see what I've found. There are pieces of paper.
А, это
in the
плюс
ashes
один
of
будет,
the
да?
chimney.
Я понял,
Someone's
что это
been
значит.
burning something here.
Incredible. He doesn't seem to want to speak to me about what happened between my
I
mother
don't know.
and the
Maybe
Hillsborough
he
sisters.
is a little bit
Look, it's possible to
open-minded. A
distinguish
little
two
too
different
open-minded
writing
for
styles.
a professional
Rest of the
American
correspondence
president.
between my mother and Emma.
Someone tried to burn an exchange of messages. I'm certain there must be more.
Shit. What on earth is he doing?
There were.
Pardon?
There were more. Emma and my mother communicated through messages in this room. I found their correspondence and I preferred to burn it all so as not to leave any traces.
But why didn't you say so?
That's what I'm doing now, Mr. President. Before, well, it all seemed unimportant compared to everything that had happened.
Yes, you're right. Moreover, we ought to lend a helping hand. I shall have a word with Lord Mortimer, because the conference must not make us forget about Sarah.
No. No, thank you. No. I certainly don't want Mortimer giving me any more attention than he is at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. If you don't mind, I'll take care of it.
As you wish. Keep persevering. I shall see you later.
Wasted enough time. The Bible.
Bible's still there.
Чувак тырит вещи вообще просто по красоте. Музыка чувствуете, да?
Hey, look, there.
No, I don't see anything.
Come, Louis, look. Someone's clearly drawn a 4 in the dust. I have a clue.
He's going to be disappointed when he sees the Bible has disappeared.
Надо валить, пока не началось. Так, гвозди и толкование. Пойдемте наверх вначале. Там будет пожестче, там, наверное, Мортимер будет. Нашел кабинет. Интересно, реально, из-за чего вечно вот эти два черта не соглашаются? Или на самом деле они просто нас так разыгрывают?
A painting. It looks unfinished. Piece by Lord Mortimer, I presume. A rather avant-garde technique. The Titan against men. How ironic. This time, it'll be a lot quicker. If I remember rightly, the code was 1191.
Uh-huh.
Of course. Weaknesses of the Human Psyche by Gilhelm Trimor. It is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. Gilhelm Trimor. Trimor. An anagram of Mortimer. Wow. Arrogant enough to publish writings on mental control.
Да, хорош.
Full view of every. I wonder who he's writing for.
Ну как, дяденька эгоцентричен. Так, австрийцы и Бельгия.
Conference might be focused on the United States, but Mortimer has an eye everywhere, which is not very reassuring if he really is a demon. It's locked. The map of Europe. Someone's written 26 million in France. It's the estimated population of France. Mortimer knows very well that France has a higher population than its neighbors. He's preparing for it to go to war and knows he can make it happen by stirring up the people. I'm standing in front of a lesson of absolute mastery in military strategy. which is absolutely spine-chilling if it turns out that Mortimer is a demon. Troops are directed towards Italy. I get the feeling that Piaggi's going to be in for a hard time.
Пьяджи капец! Пьяджи будет намотан.
Feathers, pigeons probably.
Gustav Architecture. No.
Looks like obsidian or onyx. It must weigh a ton. What on earth could that be?
Это Густав, мы знаем. Нифига у него сколько черепов-то. Чё, кто возвышается над всеми олимпийцами? Zeus!
There. Those are the nails I was looking for. I noticed they were old and rusty, but I hadn't noticed these traces of... Could that be blood? Is it really the relic of the Holy Cross? I can hardly believe it. A hand of tarot cards. The Emperor, a symbol of power and stability. Temperance, which expresses a reward. And the Chariot, now that evokes triumph. If this hand is anything to go by, Mortimer's destiny promises to be glorious.
Yeah. Exactly. That...
How could Mortimer have locked in there?
Левенгук, да.
A Van Leeuwenhoek microscope? The most sophisticated microscope there is. When I think of the difficulty the Order had in getting hold of one of these...
Nice. Окей.
All right, come on, let's get out of here. 6, 4,
Да,
6,
6466.
if I remember correctly.
Да. А как он выбирает, интересно, если он не это нечисть писюкастая, в кого вселиться? Или ему как бы не очень принципиальный парень? Так, нам надо спуститься на один этаж ниже еще, да? Здрасте. Надо пройти все, посмотреть, со всеми поболтать. И только потом уже залезать там. Загадки разгадывать. Так, не-не-не. Well, they have lots of servants here, so maybe it is not that ridiculous in that case. As a matter of fact, I also always very surprised with the idea that you, in every second game, you come into some abandoned cave or castle or anything, well, any location where nobody had ever been for ages, and everything is okay. Everything is properly working. The fires are always lit. The 4 shells are well cleaned. I must say that's quite a ridiculous idea.
Not too shocked.
Вы не потрясены?
About Peru, this
Про то, что стало с Перу, мне показалось, что вы не слишком удивлены. Так. А как он там про манипуляцию, это мой маленький дружок? А, уклонение, да? Убеждение, политика.
And yourself? Not too shook up?
The only thing that matters to me about that stupid man Peru is the disastrous situation in which it put us for the conference vote. I wonder why Mortimer even allowed him to roam around the manor armed. He was a veritable public danger.
Indeed. You don't seem to be too affected. Tell me. I was wondering. I won't keep you any longer. See you later, monsieur.
Месье. Месье. Куда месье? Взял чашку, оставил и ушел, блин. Что за человек такой? Взял, насрал и пропал. Нехорошо, так не надо делать. Какой-нибудь месье... О! Гудой! Чё за жизнь, мужик? Йоу, what's up, man? Мануэль?
God damn it, Oriche. Are you joking or what? You sell me pipe dreams about Mortimer's project, and a few hours later, one of your allies completely breaks down. Is this what Mortimer's side is all about? What am I going to do now?
Так, это логика, это психология. На что ты слаб? Наш маленький балбес. Где этот хрен? Мануэль. Слабость оккультизм, слабость манипулизм, устойчивость этикет. Психология.
Come now, my Lord Duke. You know very well that at this level, things can get pretty rough. You ought to be used to it. Rest assured, Lord Mortimer has bounced back before. It's not an issue.
What can I do for you?
I'm dreaming. My mother was right. He's not going to tell me one word about what happened to Emily.
To tell you the truth, I'm in search of an armillary sphere. You wouldn't know where I can find it, would you?
Well, well. So you do have a passion for astronomy. Von Wollner has already bored me quite enough with all of his endless stories. You ought to concentrate, Louis. Politics is an art that requires all one's attention. Refrain from spreading yourself too thin, and leave stargazing to the poets.
What can I say? I'm only...
Ask Wollner. I am sure he must have it among his effects.
Perfect. Thank you, my Lord Duke.
Leave me now.
See you later.
То есть с ними можно поговорить только об этом. И ни о чем. Типа всякое такое, что касается задания. Ну, кстати, интересно, действительно, а нахера вообще они тогда нужны? Можно же просто их сюда позвать, зазомбировать. What the hell is on your farm? Монсеньор. Моншер. Если они так хорошо контролируется их сознание нечистью этой, да, то какого хера вообще все это надо? Просто пришел к ним, зазомбировал и дальше. Или так неинтересно, что ли? Челлендж не тот.
Atreus, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Your mother has a hamster in her arse. That was quite a problem.
That statue is not positioned correctly.
В смысле? А, с щитом, да.
Open sesame. So that's Pandora's box? An urn? Mother seemed worried that I was able to open it. I wonder why. Never mind. Now it's too late. The Ring of the Nibelungs. Even if Mortimer is several centuries old, I don't see what part he has in this legend. Now, given all the relics preserved here, it wouldn't surprise me if Mortimer claimed it was Excalibur.
Ну да.
Caesar's laurel wreath. If Mortimer really is what my mother says he is, it could mean... No, that's impossible. No, not Caesar.
Why not? Вообще удобно тогда, сидишь, переселяешься из одной души в другую, да. Угу, может быть. Не, ну я тоже какой-то мутный, да? Может, это мамка у меня демон. Или, например, я сын Мортимера. Как такой вариантик, да? Ничего? Мамка-то не сказала, кто мой батя. Про батю пока никто ничего не говорил. Раз они там читали манускрипты. Мамка-то тогда молодая была, горячая. Так что, может, я тут сейчас батю пытаюсь нагрести. Сигнализацию поставили, чувак.
So that's the exegesis of Judas. I hope Mortimer doesn't read it very often. Otherwise, he's going to notice that someone's stolen. But that's just too bad. I need it. Right. I've got what I need. Let's not waste any more time.
А вот это вот как он нашел? Музыка. А сейчас там эти два демона в два смычка маму допрашивают. Че ты ему наговорил, старая коза? Че за фигня? Мы тут, блин, человечество спасаем от дикости, а ты... Дрить тебя кочерыгой. Кстати, отличная мысль, сказал мужик и потянулся за кочергой, да? Успокойся, женщина. Все нормально, под контролем. Блин, вот сюда я захожу как... О, нихера. А у нас тут есть. А у нас с собой было. Сюда я захожу как-то проще, чем отсюда, да? Мамо. Jesus. Jesus Christ. And next to Jesus. Well, I guess they are so rich that they have a spare son of God. Oh, maybe Jesus was a demon himself. In a matter of fact, demon is Greek for entity. So, maybe these entities are not aggressive.
So, good. You've managed to gather all the keys.
Yes, that's right. I have everything. What should I start with?
Place the Clement III cross on the console. Then you have to put the nails on the disc of the door.
What hole should I put the nails in?
Well, I can't really advise you there, because I haven't exactly made the best choices myself. All I can say is that you have to insert 1 to choose a town, 1 to choose a chapter, and 1 to choose a verse.
What theme did you start with?
As the fresco shows the birth of Christ, I placed 1 nail in Bethlehem, 1 in chapter 2, and 1 in verse 6. The iris opened a little. I thought it was normal. Behind the aperture of the iris, there is a duct in which I put my hand. I felt something like a valve at the bottom. I thought by turning it the door would open, or the iris would open completely, or something else would happen. Instead, I felt something like an axe cut off my hand. I really thought it was the end of me.
What did you do then?
Well, although I had made some unfortunate choices, I was lucky in that Mortimer was well stocked with drugs. I raided his supplies of medicine.
All right, my turn now.
Go ahead, impress me. I'll shut up and let you concentrate.
Так. Мама тут напачкала, блин.
The fresco clearly shows the birth of Christ.
Louis, I can assure you that that is not the solution to this enigma. This fresco's only purpose is to mislead. I know that now. Please, focus on another theme about Christ.
We'll have to trust her.
Ну-ка, давай-ка бахнем.
If Mortimer deliberately set a trap by showing the birth of Christ, then maybe the
Ну, конечно, распятие, раз у тебя гвозди.
the death of Christ in that case?
Крест, гвозди.
You could see that the paint has come off in parts.
Инри. Да, это то, что было написано на кресте.
N-R-I. Nothing more.
Это, блин, это я знаю.
I-N-R-I.
Иисус Назаревус Рекс Иудаорум.
Rex Eudorum. These initials stand for Jesus the Nazarene.
Это все знают. Да, кстати, можно будет ее к скелету потом приделать нормально.
Yes, it's definitely a representation of the birth of Christ, but some of the details have flaked away. I can't see any other clues. One thing is for sure, this enigma deals with the life of Jesus, like my mother said.
Yep. So...
It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions.
Do we have a Jerusalem? Yeah.
Clearly, we have names of towns, Arabian numerals, and Roman numerals. These towns have one thing in common. They're all related to the life and death of Jesus. For example, Jordan is the place of the
Да, в
baptism
Иордании
of Christ.
крещение, baptism in Jordan.
There are 3 styles of writing, and I've got 3 nails. There must be a link. I must surely put in 1 nail per category.
Exactly, man.
The cycle of the moons has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now.
Так.
This exegesis contains comments from Judas on the different Gospels. It only contains certain chapters and verses, and the chapters are indicated by Roman numerals. The lexicon refers to different chapters and verses from the exegesis of Judas.
Так, места. Бетезда.
Chapter
Что в
5,
Бетезде произошло?
Verse 2. Jesus cures the sick and lame on 8th of Adar, 3791, in Jerusalem, at the pool of Bethesda. All stand and fling away their canes.
Круто.
Chapter 5.
О, прикольно, слушай.
Now, there is at Jerusalem, by the sheep market, a pool, which is called, in the Hebrew tongue, Bethesda, having 5 porches. In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of the blind, halting, and withered, waiting for the moving of the water. Jesus saith unto him, Rise, take up thy bed, and walk. And immediately the man was made whole, and took up his bed, and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath.
Прикольно.
Chapter 5, verse 2. Now, there is at Jerusalem by the
30-й Рамадана, да?
which is called in the Hebrew tongue Bethesda, having 5 porches.
Так. Ну.
In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of the blind, halting, and withered, waiting for the
Мам, ты
moving of
хоть
the
посиди,
wind.
ну ёперный театр, что ты стоишь, маячишь?
Rise, take up thy bed, and walk. And immediately the man was made whole, and took up his bed, and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath.
Да, блин, можно как это? Вот, угловным толкованием. События. Распятие, например.
Chapter 19,
11 стих 17, да?
Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a
8-го
place
Ниссана.
near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
Так. Так, что у нас есть еще из событий? Следующие события.
Chapter 2, verse 6. Jesus was born of Mary and Joseph on the 22nd of Taveth at midnight, 3762, in the village of Bethlehem.
Так, 30... Что там 38-й Тевет? А этого нет. Так. Угу. Второго, 22-го Тевета, 37-го, 22-го Тевета, 3762. Где у нас 3762? Угу. Так, вот это загадка, да. Места. И другие места. Вифлеем. Ну, о, что Вифлеем?
Chapter 2, verse 6.
Звезда.
Jesus was
Рождение.
born of Mary and Joseph on the 22nd of Taveth at
Угу.
midnight,
То есть по-разному можно
3762,
искать, да?
in the village of Bethlehem.
Места, Иерусалим. Так, Иордан крестился, а Бугош, не знаю. Jerusalem.
Chapter 5, verse 2. Jesus cures the sick and lame on the 8th of Adar, 3791, in Jerusalem, at the pool of Bethesda. All stand and fling away their canes.
Так. Угу. Уже неплохо. Так, отойти и вставить так, чтобы заглянуть в заметки. Выберите события. Ну, так-то, ладно, дайте распятие. А, суд.
Chapter 10, verse 30.
Ну-ка.
I and the Father are one. Chapter 10, verse 30. I and my Father are one.
Да. Может быть, я и отец одно. Вот это вот надо.
Chapter 24, verse 3. Jesus rose from the dead on the 14th of Nisan, 3793, in Nazareth. He appeared with a halo above his head. Chapter 24, verse 3. But when they entered, they did not find the body of the Lord Jesus. While they were wondering about this, suddenly, two men in clothes that gleamed like
Пришли два чувака, два Гэндальфа, смотри, да?
The women bowed down with their faces to the ground, but the men said to them, "Why do you look for the living among the dead? He is not here, he has risen. Remember how he told you while he was still with you in Galilee."
Так, ну давайте все-таки на распятие попробуем, да? 19 стих 17. 8 Ниссана.
In a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head.
37:93. Так. 8 Ниссана это апрель. Так, 8 на 3, так, на, соответственно, 26 марта, 8 Ниссана. Так, да? 7 Шабан. Ага. Ну.
The cycle of the moons has nothing to do with what I'm doing.
Так, 26 марта, вот, да, 33-го года, окей. Ставить гвозди. Так, ну, допустим. Голгофа. Угу. 7-го, 8 Ниссана. Тридцать третьего года, да? А, дата, наверное, позже, да, будет? Так. Ага. Какой там стих-то про распятие? Ну-ка. 19 стих 17, да.
Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head.
Так. Ну-ка давай. 19 стих 17.
It works. Well done, Louis. I hadn't seen those other wheels. Try connecting the theme to see if it goes all the way.
Так. Изучить внутренние диски. Ну, фаза Луны и... Так, что там? Диск с датами.
The highest figure does not exceed 31, and each letter corresponds to a month of the year. A for April, and M for March. I think these symbols must represent a specific date.
Так. Ну-ка, давайте отойдем. Ну-ка, армиллярная жопа, давай. На 30, на 20, что там, какой марта-то? Нам надо 26 марта 33 года.
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states. Waxing crescents, first quarter,
Ну да.
waxing gibbous,
Тут пока догадался, сейчас дальше продолжим.
last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with a full shadowed new moon. The moon shadow moves from west to east. During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states. Waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon.
Это все зашибись. Я это понимаю. Дальше-то мне что с этим делать? Да что за жизнь? Давайте, давайте, давайте. Сын маминой подруги сейчас должен все отгадать, отойти. Так, это что такое? Повернусь к диск с датами. А что за символы? Так, интересно. Так, крещение должно быть в Иордане, да, я так понимаю. Рождение в Вифлееме. Нет, почему? Ну-ка, 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 ну-ка. Фу, не в ту сторону, ладно, провернул. Так, Голгофа. Так, это я не знаю, что такое. Ну вот, Голгофа совпадает, это в Иордане крестили, да. Нет, родился в Иерусалиме. No, that's not that simple. Вот это воскрес. Где у нас воскрес Иисус? Так, сейчас смотрим. Домотаем Иордан. Вот. Подходит на... не очень. Вообще не подходит, да? Угу. Так. Угу. В Иордане. Может, вот так. Нет, тут что-то вот еще надо посмотреть, где вот эта херня, да? Потому что города, видите, не совпадают. Так. Так, а если события, например, выстроить вот так? Ага, оп. Нихера. Не, ну так что-то есть. В это. Родился в Назарете. Ну, не знаю, ладно. Так, даты. Так, на Голгофе его, значит, что там у нас 3-го? 26 марта, то бишь 8-го Ниссана, да? 26 марта. Вот. С датами. Вот, 26 марта. Соответственно, давайте символы повертим. По-хорошему, вот он, это терновый венок. Да? Абу Гоше, ну, где там воскрес, хрен его знает. Угу. Я помню, что когда там было затмение, да? Почему на одну влево? Почему на одну влево? Ну, верни, извините, нельзя. Сейчас, погоди, я не понимаю, почему. Там 2 небольших месяца. Вот небольшой месяц. А, другой небольшой месяц, я понял. А pourquoi? Потому что там надо высчитывать типа фазы Луны. Так, давай проверим. Опять пролистал? Да что такое? Так, что в Абу Гоше было?
3, verse 18. Words truly pronounced in Abagash. Chapter 3, verse 18. He that believeth in him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God.
Ничего не понял. Так. Так, ладно. События. Где он у нас воскрес? Ну-ка. Может, я тупой?
Jesus rose from the dead on the 14th of Nisan, 3790
Назарете.
in Nazareth. He appeared with a halo above his head.
Извините. Так, диски с символами. Давай домотаем до Иисуса из Назарета. Назарет. Ну, пусть будет так. А, полнолуние, покрытое север-юг. Север-юг, запад-восток. А, я понял. Почему Т вернуть на Вифлеем? Я не очень понимаю. А что, это не Т? А что это такое за Т вообще? Ничего не было. Так, ладно. Фаза Луны. То есть у нас было правильно выставлено, да? На юго-восток. Окей. Лунный фазы. Так что ли? Что-то подозрительно, что они совпадают. А, ну хотя да, погоди, раз мы выставляем все по этому событию, то надо же, чтобы у нас одно было совпало. Не обязательно же они все должны совпасть, правильно? Логика, наверное, такая. Ну-ка.
I can feel the lever at the bottom.
Good luck. I never doubted you, my son.
Ну-ка. Нихера себе. А это, смотри, только третья часть. Опупеть. Так, 4 навыка у нас есть, да? Давайте вложим сюда. Ишь ты, ишь ты. Yeah, let's continue. А, это вот основные персонажи, да? О, здесь будет Марамой. Ну-ка, давайте. Да ладно, я еще не собрал, что эту херню. Да, блин. Вот Синста-то. Yeah, I think his mother is
I sensed that Mr. Peru
zest.
was about to surprise us too.
I believed in him. I followed him to the best of my ability. I championed his ideas, defended his decisions, and then, without even realizing it, I became lost.
Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart.
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess.
А, ролик я видел про эту пердящую насадку, да.
Louis, you really must learn to conceal your weaknesses better. If you don't want your foes to use them against you.
Our desire is to steer the destiny of our respective countries for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
It is the natural order of things, Monsieur de Richet. There have always been men who govern other men. That is simply the way it is.
History forgets them with a disconcerting facility. No one speaks about them, and yet they whisper in the ears of kings.
They whisper in the ears, you know? Oh my. А чё все стоят и пырятся-то? Заметьте, уже одна тетка, да? Мне кажется, мама тоже сволочь. Недаром же она это, кукухой-то отвалилась. Ни хера тут у вас. Вот это да. Council. Burning bridges. Сжигая мосты. Где мы?
I don't know, but we better not hang around. Be careful, Mother. As if me saying that will make any difference. Knowing Mortimer, I wouldn't be surprised if he rigged his crypt with traps.
So you think the door is not enough?
Do you want to wager your other hand?
You've got a point there. We have to find that weapon.
А с чего она взяла, что
What do you
здесь
know
есть
about the
оружие?
Holy Lance, Louis?
The what?
The Lance of Longinus the Centurion.
Yes. The centurion that pierced the side of Christ with his lance. That weapon naturally became a holy relic.
Exactly.
Seriously? You don't really believe that fable, do you?
Every fable is founded on true events. I'm not saying that everything adds up, but imagine if it really did exist.
Very well. Now what?
Well, now you know what you need to find.
Pardon?
I have to get to the wharf to prepare our departure. Let's get off this cursed island as quickly as we can. We shall come back when we are ready and armed.
But hang on.
Louis, let's first get to safety. We shall come back when we have the upper hand. Fear not. You take care of getting the lance. It's imperative. I'll take care of preparing our departure.
Hang on. At least tell me everything you know about this lance.
But I have never seen it. There's nothing else I can say, Louis. Well, you can always go snooping around Mortimer's study. I remember seeing paintings of Longinus there.
Hang on a second.
What's the matter?
Why did you shoot Emily's sister?
Do you really think now is the right time for this?
I want to know, Mother. Why did you betray her?
Listen, Louis. I don't think you've really understood my interest in the Al-Azif. It's not just simple curiosity about some old relic.
You tried to kill her.
And I had no choice, for crying out loud. It must not fall into the hands of the demons, or we are all doomed.
What is so special about that book?
Listen,
I wonder.
I don't know exactly what it contains, but I prefer to be one step ahead. If they want it, there must be a reason. And even if I don't know what it is, I want to stop them for safety's sake, no matter what.
Nothing will stop you if I understand correctly. Not even...
Enough, Louis. If you could see the extent of their power as I do, then you would understand what I'm saying.
All right, we'll do it your way.
One more thing. If they find you in possession of the lance, they
you
won't get away with it. Choose only one and hide it under your jacket so you don't get caught with it. Then run and meet me on the wharf.
And if I get caught?
If they catch you in possession of the lance, we're all doomed. Do you understand?
Perfectly.
Good. And go talk to Piaggi. He's the one who probably knows the most about this.
This sarcophagus is engraved with the name of Clemens III. Good God! The one whose cross allowed me to enter. Clemens III. Clément III in French. How come his tomb ended up here and not in the Vatican? He was basically an anti-pope. His path to the throne was pretty turbulent, and he had to be enthroned several times. The result of a long conflict between the papacy and the Holy Empire. This sarcophagus is beautifully made, but ancient. Stone is marked by the passage of time, but it's really well preserved.
Вскрывай, чувак.
This one has no name. I wonder who it was for.
Прыгай. А я что-то тут никаких копий не вижу, нет?
I can see that this spear has a so-called leaf shape. It is copper rimmed. I can see the tip is engraved with the symbol of the Eye of Ra.
Why don't? That would be a grand finale. Unexpected, well, expected by nobody twist of such a fate. Ну если Ра, значит это египетское копье.
I can see that this lance has a so-called leaf shape. It is made entirely of iron. I can see that the tip is engraved with the symbol of the sun. I can see that this lance has the characteristic shape of a spear. It is made of iron. And its tip is engraved with a cross.
Вот это уже похоже на то, что лежит
Amber crystals.
во всех мыслимых и немыслимых музеях. As far as I remember, the Spear of Fate lies in a museum in Berlin.
Flavius Aetius. It was cut a long time ago. You could tell by the rough hacks of the tool and the patina of the stone. This sarcophagus is very ancient. I'd say it's several centuries old. I remember, he was the Roman general who defeated Attila and his hordes in the terrible battle of the Catalonian plains. Flavius Aetius, the one they call the last of the Romans. He was assassinated by his own emperor, who was jealous of all his victories.
Да.
How did he end up here?
Exactly. That is a very micro question of mine.
This lance has got a blade in the shape of a spear. Its blade is in iron or steel, I think. I can make out a rising sun engraved on the tip. This sarcophagus has been ravaged by time. It's sort of ageless, I guess. It's entirely sculpted. These symbols, these grooves, cuneiform script. This is humanity's oldest alphabet, the language of Babel. Sadly,
А сейчас уже расшифровали, чувак. А, Саргон Великий.
In ancient Greek, Sargon.
А Саргон Великий это круто, да.
Judging by all the sculpted symbols of power, this is really ancient. The inscriptions are all eroded. I don't know what those marks mean, but maybe a stone or epitaph.
Of course I do. I think I am to find it somewhere here.
Great.
How can we leave without Mona Lisa?
Well, we can see that this lance has a particular spear shape. It is coated in gold. You can distinguish the symbol of the fish engraved on the tip, barely noticeable.
I get that is one. The fish is an ancient symbol of Christianity, which is actually much older than the Christianity itself. So I guess we have just found our relic, but it's not clear yet.
We can see that this lance has a leaf shape, and, well, it's in gold. I can see that a crucifix is engraved on the tip, just barely visible.
So, let's talk about the spear.
Let's take a look at this lance here. It has a very special leaf shape. It is copper rimmed, and I can see a fish symbol engraved on the tip.
Okay. Let's go and ask Piaggi.
I can see this lance has a spear shape, it is copper rimmed,
and it has been engraved with the symbol of the Christian fish on the tip. This lance has a leaf shape. It is copper rimmed. The symbol of the Christian fish is engraved on the tip.
Охереть, сколько тут всего.
The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. It's the only sarcophagus in this crypt which appears to bear the Mortimer family name. What ancestor can it be? There's no inscription. Let's see what we can find here. Ha! Great. Now let's see what's inside. The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. Let's see what we can find here. Ha! Great. Now let's see what's inside. The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. It's the only sarcophagus in this crypt which appears to bear the Mortimer family name. What ancestor can it be? There's no inscription.
Так. Ладно, хрен с ним. Тупанул я, конечно, потратил много очков. Ладно. Пойдемте с Пьяджи потрем. Я думаю, без этого нам не дадут. Yeah, I think it might be made of copper and with a symbol of fish. But as a matter of fact, it is a question for true form of that spear. Romans didn't use that blade-shaped spears, actually. They don't have much of a difference in all that spear.
The Bible must mean the lance which finally took the life of Christ.
Uh-huh.
The Gospel of St. John is the most detailed on the subject of the crucifixion.
Yep.
When they came to Jesus and saw that he was dead already, they broke not his legs, but one of the soldiers with a shimmering lance pierced his side, and forthwith there came out blood and water. And he that saw it bore witness, and his record is true, and he knoweth that he saith true, that ye might believe.
A shimmering lance? What is this telling me? Medieval Hermetic traditions evoked the idea of using noble materials for relics, which the monasteries often made themselves in order to attract pilgrims. Of course, they had to inspire greatness. So here, we might think of gold, whereas a centurion could not have hoped for anything better than copper at the time. The true lance would not have been a luxurious weapon.
Именно, именно.
The name of the Roman soldier who killed Christ never appears in the biblical canon. Yet, it is said that he was a centurion and was called Longinus.
Ну и... посмотреть на копье Лонгина.
The Bible must mean the lance which finally took the life of Christ. The four Gospels each give an account of the death of Christ. Let's see what they can tell me about the lance. There's nothing about the lance in this account of the crucifixion.
There's no mention of the lance in what Luke says about the death of Christ. This apostle does not mention the lance in his description of the death of Christ. Ah, there. When they came to Jesus and saw that he was dead already, they broke not his
Ну, это мы
lance.
уже
But
читали.
one of the
Это
soldiers
неинтересно.
with
Я
a
думаю, может,
shimmering
еще
lance
что-нибудь.
pierced his side, and forthwith there came out blood and water. And he that saw
А как
it
истекла
bore
кровь?
witness,
У него же,
and
если
his
он
record is
мертв,
true.
у него кровь не
And he
течет.
knoweth that he saith true, that ye might believe. A shimmering lance? What is this telling me?
Короче, медный, каплевидный, но с каким же узором? Чё там мамка мутит? Вот не нравится мне эта бабка. Блин, вообще меня бабка бесит это. Сидит тут, блин, распоряжается. Хоть бы, не знаю, she could definitely lend me a hand. Ядрёнка чарыга, а время-то меж тем, а? Как-то я прям заигрался, да. Ой. Забегался и заигрался. Здорово, мужик. У нас все еще проблемы. А, здесь, да. Здесь есть проблемка. Да ёперный ты театр, господи, как мне надоел этот сраный лабиринт. Не, ну серьезно, пацаны, ну кому это весело, блин? Так, два чувака знают об этом, да? Немецкий чувак и не немецкий чувак. А в конце, я так понимаю, мне скажут, что это все было охеренно, я прошел проверку, я готов стать новым Мэкин по Монтенегро. Что случилось?
Pardon me, monsieur, but I have work to do.
А ты дерзкий. Работает он тут, понимаешь. Жан Перрю. Перрю, как там ты?
Dear Monsieur Perru, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. great, honey.
Honey, it's honey.
Dear friend, please come and join us. We must meet about the ongoing operations in Paris.
В Кале вас будет ждать, а может и нет. Так, дайте бахнем метку, и может мы траванемся. Давайте вот так. Блин, да ёперный театр. Вот. Норм? Норм. Вот еще мед. Наполеон Бонахрен. Наполеон Бонафайт.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Как там у нас? Мать. Ты ж мать мне, мать.
A letter from William Pitt the Elder addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now. Madam.
Madam. Nothing special. Room.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Годой мне не годой.
Huh, that's me. Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Ну, Пиаджи, сейчас мы с тобой будем бахаться.
The Cardinal's not in his room. I bet he went back to stuffing himself. My dear Giuseppe. Let's have a look at his personal papers. Of course, it's in Latin, the language of the church.
Тоже мне проблема.
All those hours of learning Latin declensions are going to pay off in the end. Mother will be proud. Now this could be interesting. Let's say a sancte, various representation criteria, which are shown the most common throughout the centuries, and in different forms. If Piaggi's notes are anything to go by,
Клиновидным
what I'm
наконечником.
looking for is shaped like a tapered spear. And that should help me identify it. The Cardinal's not in his room. I bet he went back to stuffing himself. Amber crystals. The Lying Girl by Boucher. The Rape of the Daughters of Lucipis by Rubens. Surprising choice for His Eminence Piaggi. Love Triumphant by Caravaggio. Now there's someone for whom the sex of angels is no mystery. Venus and Cupid with a Satyr by Correggio. Innocence, indiscretion, and lechery. Giuseppe must love that.
Так, ну что ж. Закрыли. Наш дружок куда-то отвалил. Давайте проверим. Где же наш обжористый корефан? Падре, здесь столько пирогов. Какого хера вас опять куда-то унесло?
President George Washington.
Не, ну к Джорджу мы не пройдем. Джордж по копиям не очень. А вот второй нам наш германский хрен. Германский хрен. Не, нам германский хрен нужен.
Monsieur Johann von Wulner.
Вот он-то мне больше интересен.
It seems like he isn't here. Look, a blotter. And apparently it's been used recently. I wonder what Volner was going to write. It's smudged. It's not all legible. I can make out the signature though and leave as if planned landing stage. So Volner is going to leave Al-Azif at the landing stage, isn't he? What a mess. Looks like Volner was interrupted. Looks a lot like straw, and he's drawn something in a hurry on this sheet. I get the feeling that I've seen that somewhere before. I've seen occult inscriptions like this before. They're not very common. As a matter of fact, I've only seen them once before. The lock of Al-Azif.
Да он хорош.
Straw on his desk, as if to protect something fragile. Yes, someone must have packed something away here. I get the feeling that I've seen that somewhere before.
Иоганн, я понимаю, ты пытаешься выяснить, что с Элизабет, но это переходит всякие границы. Думаешь, мне мало твоих выходов на континенте? Допускаю, тебя возмущало, что мы заперли Элизабет на месяц во избежание встречи с Сарой. Но зачем же было сбегать с ней без предупреждения? Мне пришлось лгать всем, Иоганн. Притворись, что вернулся пару дней назад отдельно от нее и попроси Уильяма убедить в этом же своих гостей. Образуемся, наконец, и возьми себя в руки. Нужно увезти с острова то, что ты нашел по моему поручению. Не трать время на изучение. Уверяю, ты не получишь никаких ответов. Более того, мы рискуем снова упустить эту реликвию. Прошу последний раз, оставь ее там, где мы договаривались. Ее сразу заберут, будь уверен.
A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol.
Вот и подсказочка про цинк.
A chemistry set. That's not surprising coming from von Wollner. So, let's see what Wollner has in his bookcase. A few works on religions, 2 scientific essays about human thought. Most of these works are on alchemy. Longini Militis Fabulum. Ah, what have we here? It looks like a kind of biography on Longinus the Centurion. Truly, Wollner has done everything he can to get information.
Да, а то ты об этом не знал, мы же уже подслушали.
I'd better keep this one though.
Так, отлично.
Did he say?
Damn, that's all I need.
Maybe he knows something about the lance.
What are you doing in my room?
Sir, perfect timing. I was looking for you.
You were looking for me? Well, here I am. What can I do for you?
I was wondering if you might help me.
You're the one looking for the lance.
No,
Don't take me for a fool. You are looking for the holy lances.
Так. Вы ищите копья. Херопья, блин. О, слушай, почти уже чуть-чуть осталось. Так, журнал. Где этот фон де... Так, это кто? Слабость к уклонению, сила неизвестна. Да? Угу.
What's the matter? You seem completely panicked at the idea I might be interested in this relic.
No, that's not true.
What are you so afraid of?
I'm not afraid.
You know Mortimer's got it, so you're not worried that I'd give it back to him.
What are
so
you?
Why are you so terrified of me being able to find it?
You have no idea what it is you're looking for. What are you playing at, Richet? Mortimer's the one who has that cursed lance.
How long have you been looking for it?
I see. You want it, and so you plan to steal it from Mortimer.
For a long time. Isn't that right?
Why, you little swine! You're planning to give it to Sir Gregory. You're looking to double-cross me and Piaggi too.
What on earth is he talking about?
Ну-ка.
Mr. Von Wollner, would you be so kind as to calm yourself down, please? All I'm trying to do is make amends for His Eminence's errors. Sir Gregory should surround himself with better people, if you want my opinion, but Piaggi is a friend of my mother's.
What? You want to help Piaggi?
I just told you that's what my mother would do if she was here. I heard you in the corridor, and he seemed to be in serious trouble because of the lances. I'm only trying to help him.
All right, Louis. I thought you were trying to manipulate me. But please, excuse me. I got a little bit...
Он туповат, да?
But you can't get ahead by staying in the shadows on a case like this. There are already several of us searching for the Lance of Longinus. And it would be smarter to pool our information.
Unfortunately, I've barely made any progress. I'm still trying to find out what the original lance really looked like.
Let me reassure you, we've all been there, given the number of copies there are in existence. It also took us quite some time to discover its true shape. Many believe the central part of the head of the lance to be covered in gold, whereas, in truth, its center is made of an alloy of copper and iron.
That does make sense. In those times, a centurion wouldn't have any chance of possessing a lance made of gold.
That is the perversion of Christian idolatry. A copper lance could not have been noble enough to pierce the side of Christ.
Anyway, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Louis. Keep me posted as to your research. We're bound to end up recovering it.
I'm counting on it. See you later. I managed to get the biography of Longinus the Centurion. Let's see what it can teach me. An interesting passage tells me that the lance is engraved with the symbol of the first Christians. The fish.
Ну, я, значит, все знаю, чё. Наверх можно? Конечно, можно. Надо же на статую Лонгина посмотреть. Привет, статуй. Привет, мужик.
Saint Longinus. Let's take a closer look at his lance. It is shaped like a leaf, like the real lance, maybe. How can I be sure? No, this is too easy. Mortimer's trying to throw me off the track again. It seems too visible to be true. Impossible not to see the statue on first glance, given its size. And Mortimer has no interest in making the shape of the true lance so easy to see.
looks like there's a symbol engraved on the tip. Yes, a fish. The Christian fish, no doubt. It can't be a coincidence. It
Я вот
must
на
have
это
been done on
потратил.
purpose. Huh. Good thing I took a closer look. I think the statue does represent Longinus, armed with a lance that wounded Jesus, the Holy Lance. How can I find out if this is an exact representation? There's no way of being certain of it.
Да. Как говорится, ну вы, блин, даете. Давайте хоть мед накачу еще.
Adoration of the Shepherds with Saints Longinus and John. Giulio Romano, 1534. Longinus is holding the Holy Lance in his left hand, and I'll bet he's holding the sponge soaked in holy blood in the other hand. Yes! Here we can see that the Holy Lance is represented in the shape of a spear. I'd better make sure I check this twice. It's a work that dates from the Renaissance. There's nothing to say that it's not based on erroneous elements. But I believe what I read in the letter from Milan addressed to Mortimer. There's every reason to believe that this painting has been modified according to his guidelines to represent the true shape of the Holy Lance, a spear shape. This work is an order from Lord Mortimer. All the details have been conceived with a specific goal in mind. Upon closer examination, you can see that even the style clashes with that of most of the other works in the manor. No, if Mortimer has taken special care as the conception and the exhibition of this painting in his study in the same way as for the Nightmare painting, it must be of some significance. And that is indeed the true shape of the Holy Lance, a spear shape. There's only one way of being sure. I'll have to find other clues that will confirm this information.
Есть что пожрать. Угу. Да, поправил. Как яйцо. Извините, надо запастись. Есть что? Нет, больше ничего нет. Так. Ну что, будем завязывать потихоньку, да? Или все-таки пойдем залутаем как яйцо? А зачем он, кстати, эти копии-то искал реально? Вот? С трудом можно представить себе человека, который запаривается над тем, чтобы убить, ну, чтобы найти что-то такое, что должно его убить потенциально, да? Может, он и есть типа под этот сам Лангин. Так, где жрун этот, блин?
Chronicles of the Amber Princes. As I recall, Dorkin was my favorite character.
Да ладно, Роджер Железный еще не родился. А, я все понял. То есть здесь не все это... не все настоящие... Вернее, книги настоящие, но не из этого века. Да. Amber Chronicles. Угу. Так, мужик, ты где этого? Ты не видел мужика этого?
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening.
George.
Hard to kill time on this island. Nothing ever happens. Gets a bit boring, don't you think?
Are you joking, my friend? I'm sure you're just being ironic.
Yes and no. It's true that the manor is full of books and works of art.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, the subjects are restricted to Lord Mortimer's specific tastes. The Crusades, religion.
Yes, that's true.
By the way, have you noticed the representations of the Holy Lance he's got all over the place?
No. It was the last thing in my mind, to be honest.
Oh, well, that's a pity. I would have enjoyed chatting about it, as I would have done with my mother.
See you later.
Yep, exactly. But I guess it is quite underestimated. Fortunately, we don't have games and movies based on that series. I think that's not fair. As is, fantasy world has great potential.
Honey, the remedy of the gods.
Honey. Не жрет, смотри. Так, чувак, мне не нравится то, что затеял. Ты куда собрался-то? Решил самовыпилиться? Кардинал, что за херня?
Your Eminence, would you have a moment to spare?
Not now, Louis. Please, leave me alone.
I beg your pardon?
I want to be alone.
Very well. I'm only searching for information about the Lance of Longinus, the soldier. If you could...
not listening to me. You are playing with fire.
I heard you speak to Mr. von Wollner about it, and I was wondering if you could tell me something about it.
That was a private conversation. How could I have known that he was listening to us?
I see what you mean.
Louis, don't push it. Leave while you still can.
Your Eminence, are you all right? Your Eminence, are you with me? Can you turn around, please?
What do you want to know about the Holy Lance, Louis?
Your Eminence, turn around.
This is the weapon used by a Roman centurion on the very day Christ was nailed to the cross.
Look at me.
Longinus thrust his lance in the right side of Jesus.
Please.
As you wish.
His nose is bleeding.
So you are looking for the Holy Lance of Longinus, are you?
Your Eminence, you're worrying me. What is happening to you?
Nothing, Louis. Just a moment of weakness, but I'm better now. I am all ears. You are looking for the lance. You should know, you are not the only one. Lord Mortimer has spent a good part of his life and his fortune trying to find it. Never will he let you have it. But tell me, before going any further, have you spoken to anyone else about this?
Well, I spoke to Mr. von Wollner about it. Why?
Because you are endangering all those who know anything about this lance, Louis. Anyone else?
Yes, my mother knows about it.
Of course, Sarah. Who else?
Briefly with President Washington.
What does he know exactly?
Absolutely nothing. He advised me to speak to Mr. von Wollner.
Very well. Is that all?
No one else.
What are you going to use the lance for, exactly?
I need it.
Why?
You won't understand.
Try me, Louis.
I need to protect myself with it.
Louis, I thank you for your sincerity. I shall answer you about Longinus. You deserve to be told. His spear-headed lance did indeed pierce the side of the Messiah. His blood gushed out, covering the head of the lance. It was covered in the blood of Christ.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Eminence.
You are welcome. Be careful, Louis. You are on a perilous path. Don't follow Sarah's demons, my boy. Don't delve too deeply into her delusions, or you won't be able to come back. The demons that she is frantically trying to drive away are in her own mind. Take good care of yourself. God keep you.
Нихера, он знает. А почему он знает? Блин, да я уже все... Ух ты, ёперный театр, да я уже все нашел. Ладно, давайте на сегодня сделаем паузу. Так-то все прикольно, но теперь мне надо заново обойти и со всеми поговорить. Блин. Картины еще раз посмотреть. Жесть. Ну вот это вот, конечно, да, жалко не засчиталось. Вот это не очень продумано. Окей, let it be all for today. We shall definitely continue, I guess, tomorrow. Have a nice day, Mr. Rogers. Have a nice day, Paul. Have a good Sunday, man. Ну, в общем, всем спасибо, все свободны. Будем продолжать.